of course, in this tournament, they have played exclusively well. They had to beat Senegal the other day, 3-1, and they had to beat Iraq 3-0. So they have conceded only just one goal, that goal that Senegal had to score them. And Norway has conceded, of course, 3. They had to beat Senegal 3-2. Meanwhile, they beat Iraq 4-1. So they have conceded 3. So in terms of defense, you can see that, in fact, France has a better defense than them. Then in terms of attacking, of course, France also has the squad. So for this group, I cannot predict, but if you say I should drop a prediction for you, I'm going to tell you for a fact that in terms of football, and if I'm going to use FIFA ranking, to judge this match, I'm going to say, of course, France are likely to get a win over Norway, because in terms of FIFA ranking, we have France in the second position. Argentina are topping the FIFA ranking. France are in the second position. Then Spain coming on that. So if I'm going to use that ranking, I'm going to tell you for a fact that France is expected any day, any time to beat Norway. But we all know this is football, and we don't say because Norway are not in a better position or ahead of France in terms of FIFA ranking, we don't use FIFA ranking to play football. So it's going to be decided in the pitch over 90 minutes who is going to get the victory. So we are going to, in fact, expect a beautiful match from this kind of fixture, where you are having the two or part of the top scorer, because of course Messi is the top scorer. Vinicius also got 2 goals yesterday. He's part of the top. So right now there are a lot. People are already topping the chart. Messi topping the chart with 5 goals. Haaland with 4 goals. Mbappe also with 4 goals. Vinicius with 4 goals. So these guys are all gunning for the golden boot right away. In fact, they started off well. So I'm expecting to see a beautiful match between France and Norway. I will give you all the other updates from all the other groups. Of course, we still have Group G, Group B. There's a lot to talk about. We have not given you a lot from football coming from the World Cup, because we have always been discussing about all that sport. But today, I'm here to give you everything concerning the World Cup, how it is and what we are expecting. But before I continue, I would like to go on a short break. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Just sit down, relax. I'm here to give you all the updates concerning football. Let's take a short break and we'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back, my sport lovers. I know you are still, sticking with me as I give you the breakdown of the FIFA World Cup, how it is, how the table are standing right now after, some teams or some group have finished their 3rd matches. We still have a lot of matches coming up, just about two groups have finished their 3rd matches, and we still have about 10 groups to come. Then I've been discussing how the group are standing and the likelihood or the possibilities of teams to qualify. And I'm going to continue from where I stopped. Now I'm moving forward to Group H, where we have Saudi Arabia is going to play the Cape Verde. That is the graphic. We already said South Africa are through. They got a 1-0 victory. In fact, a hard-earned victory. I'm not just going to say that victory came easy, because it was in the second half. They had to get a goal over South Korea. So congratulations once more to Bafana of South Africa, who has, against all odds, I'm going to really tell you that they defied all odds to qualify from this group, because they were just 1 point as at yesterday prior to their match. They just had 1 point. That is that match they played 1-1 against Czech Republic. But after yesterday's match, they got a win over South Korea, and that automatically moved them to position 2. That is the second position. And now they are going to have to face Canada. Of course, their own fixture is already out. They are going to play Canada in the round of 32. Now, these are the teams that have already qualified. We have Mexico, who finished, of course, 9 points clear in their own group. They won their 3 matches. First time in their history they are going to do that. They have qualified. USA, of course, have 6 points already. They have qualified, but they still have a match in hand. And as I've said, Germany, of course, got a victory over Curacao and over Ivory Coast, also qualified. Argentina, of course, we all know they got 2 victories, courtesy Lionel Messi, the GOAT himself, having to, in fact, score all the goals that Argentina have scored in this tournament so far. They have scored 5 goals, and I can tell you that those 5 goals came from Lionel Messi. Argentina are through already to the round of 32. Then we have France. I've talked about France and Norway close to them, who are going, both teams are going to play today. Then we are going to see who gets to qualify or who gets to finish first from that group, but both of them have qualified already. Then that is South Africa. I've already talked about South Africa. They are through to the round of 32. Then, of course, they are playing Canada, who are also through to the round of 32. Then we have Brazil, who trashed Scotland early this morning, 3 goals to nothing. They finished top of their group alongside Morocco. They finished the same point, but of course, Brazil had to top the group. They are through to the round of 32. Then we have Morocco by the side. They are also through to the round of 32. Of course, Switzerland yesterday had to play 2 goals to 1. That was a shocking result for me. They had to defeat their opponent yesterday, 2 goals to 1. We thought it was a match that is going to finish, a draw, but they had to beat Canada. Of course, Canada have already qualified, but Switzerland had to beat Canada to secure a spot in this round of 32. It was also a tough match for them, but at the end of the day, they got away with the victory. Then Colombia also are through to the round of 32. Then the last people that are also through to the round of 32 is Bosnia. Bosnia had to beat their opponent yesterday also 3 goals to 1 to secure a spot for them in the round of 32. Now, moving forward, I'm going over to Group H, where we have Cape Verde versus Saudi Arabia. Cape Verde are going to play Saudi Arabia to see if they are going to be able to secure a point or a victory in this group, because they have been doing, I can tell you, Cape Verde have been doing extremely well. They have made us proud so far. They had to play Spain to a 0-0 draw. I can tell you that match was an astonishing match where the keeper, had to make 7 saves, and there was no ball that had to enter the net from a 41-year-old keeper who had to stop all the shots coming his way. And also, they faced Uruguay. We thought, okay, that was all they could offer. They had to enter the second round, play against a side that takes shots. You can say they take shots from the center baroma, where they fire from all round, all cylinder. They can play shots from anywhere. And the keeper also had to put out an amazing performance, holding his side to a 2-2 draw, coming out from that match with a point, securing their position in the group. Now they are having to face Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has just 1 point from that group. So Spain is topping the group, of course, with 4 points, with 4 goal difference. That 4 goals came from the match against Saudi Arabia, where they had to trash Saudi Arabia side 4 goals to nothing. Meanwhile, Uruguay drew their first match against Saudi Arabia, also drew their second match against Cape Verde. Now they have to play the almighty Spain. I don't know how it's going to be, but of course, we have already said in football, it's never say never. So now they are going to hope to get a victory over Spain. If that is possible, they are going to finish the group in the number 1 spot. But if they cannot get a victory over Spain, I'm not sure they are going to scale through to the round of 32, because if Cape Verde should get a victory over Saudi Arabia, that is going to put Cape Verde in the 2nd position. Meanwhile, Spain is going to finish in the 1st position, therefore securing a spot for Cape Verde. So it's still all out. Anybody in this group I can tell you for a fact that anybody can qualify. Even the Saudi Arabian side themselves can also qualify if they should get a victory over Cape Verde. They are going to have 4 points, and that is to say, if any of Spain or Uruguay should get a defeat, they are also going to qualify. So the group is very much open for anybody to qualify. Anybody from this group can still qualify. Then we move over to the next group. I'm talking about the group that features Egypt, Iran, Belgium, and New Zealand. That is the Group G, where Egypt are still topping this group. I already told you that African countries are doing us proud in this tournament. We just have just one that has been confirmed eliminated, that is Tunisia. Every other African country can or has the possibility of going through the round of 32. So we have Egypt topping this group with 4 points. Egypt, of course, won their first match. Sorry, drew their first match and won their second match. Now we have Iran in the second position, surprisingly, ahead of Belgium. Iran and Belgium share the same point. They have 2 points. They have drawn their first 2 matches, and New Zealand are on 1 point. So this is another group that is still open for anybody to qualify. Even New Zealand, that is sitting right in the 4th position, I can tell you for a fact that they can still qualify if they should get a victory. But that victory, I'm going to tell you, is going to take a lot, because they are having to play Belgium, and I don't know in terms of football how it's going to be possible to defeat a Belgium side in this in this round of the competition. But of course, it is still never say never. It's 10 men versus 10 men, your goalkeeper and my goalkeeper. We are going to sort it out in the football pitch. So we are going to see what is going to happen. But of course, we are expecting Belgium to get a victory in that match. But never say never. If New Zealand are going to pull out a surprise, we don't know. Then I'm going to move over to Group L, where we have England, Ghana, Croatia, and Panama. England, of course, are topping that group with 4 points, while Ghana are on second position, also with 4 points. The last time it was England versus Ghana, England and Ghana had to walk away with a 0-0 draw. Everybody, they had to share points, shake hands, and walk away from that match. Of course, England were left frustrated because Ghana could not open the defense for them. They did not open the door for them to get a goal. Ghana, we are all defensive. Yeah, we are professionally defensive. I can tell you for a fact that they did well for them to come outside from that match without conceding a goal from the likes of Harry Kane, Ole Watkins, Gordon, Marcus Rashford, Jude Bellingham. At the end of the match, we saw the frustration from the English side, where Bellingham had to go over to the Ghanaian squad to talk to the coach. I don't know what he was saying, whether they were too defensive or they were not playing football, but at the end of the day, they got a draw. So now it is between England and Ghana to see who is going to top that group, because they are both on 4 points, and now Ghana has to play Croatia side, who are on 3 points, looking for a victory to also secure a spot. So this group is still very much open to anybody. England has to play Panama, of course. We are expecting them to beat the Panama side, who lost against Ghana, also lost against Croatia in their first 2 opening matches. So now they are having to play England side, who are looking for a victory by all means to secure a top spot. Now, the match that is going to be, in fact, all out to watch and all out to play is going to be between Ghana and Croatia, where Ghana are on 4 points, while Croatia are on 3 points. Ghana, I can tell you for a fact that they just need a draw to qualify and finish on the second position. If they should get a draw over Croatia, they are going to finish on the second position, and that is going to seal a spot for them to enter the round of 32. Meanwhile, Croatia, I'm going to tell you that they need a victory at least to seal the spot, but if they should get a draw, probably they will finish as one of the best losers and go into the next phase. But of course, nobody wants to be doing that calculation of having to check if you are going to finish between one of the best losers. You don't know, because you are not going to know the outcome of other matches. It's just better for you to secure a spot once and for all. Either you are finishing first or you are finishing second, you get a spot in the round of 32 instead of waiting for the mathematical calculation if you are going to be part of the best loser. Then I move over to Group K, where you have Colombia, Portugal, Democratic Republic of Congo, and Uzbekistan. I'm going to tell you that Colombia have already qualified from this group. You can see their country in this part of the 12 people that have already qualified. 13 people that have already qualified. Colombia is already part of the people that have qualified. Now, they are going to play their final match. And, of course, Portugal and Colombia are going to battle it out, because the match is between Colombia and Portugal. Now, Democratic Republic are going to play Uzbekistan side, who are sitting fourth in the group with 0 points. So, Democratic Republic of Congo still has an opportunity, in fact, an open window to qualify, where they face Uzbekistan. If they should get a victory, they are going to have 4 points, and of course putting them in a likelihood of finishing amongst the one of the best losers, because if you are going to have a 4 points, in fact, you are likely going to qualify, because that's going to put you ahead of the rest people that are finishing among the best losers. We have people finishing second, still among the best losers. We have people finishing with 3 points, still among the best losers. So it's going to open a big opportunity for Democratic Republic of Congo, who first of all need to get a victory over Uzbekistan to get that spot. So we are going to see how this all plays out. Then I move over to the group where we have Algeria, Austria, Argentina, and Jordan. This group features almost all the countries starting from A. We have Argentina, we have Austria, we have Algeria, and just a country that has J starting their own, that is Jordan. And in this group, of course, Argentina has already qualified. Argentina have 6 points. They have won their 2 matches, like I said, courtesy of Lionel Messi, who have scored 5 goals in this tournament. They had to beat Jordan. They had to beat, they have to beat Algeria and Austria. So they have 5 goals already there. Their last match, of course, is between Argentina and Jordan, which I can tell you in terms of football might be a walkover for Argentina already, because they are expected against all odds to win that match. But in football, never say never. Jordan can pick a surprising outcome for you to get a victory. So this is just the updates on all the groups I'm giving you. Then we have a match between Austria and Algeria, where all eyes are going to be on Algeria. In fact, all eyes are on Algeria. We, from the African side, we are all rooting for Algeria to get a victory over Austria, because that will be all they need to get a spot in the round of 32. Austria are are second in the group, while Algeria are sitting third in the group. Meanwhile, they are on the same points. Austria has 3 points, while Algeria also has 3 points. So they are sitting on the same spot or on the same points. Just that if anybody should get a victory over the other, that person is likely going to skate through, leaving the other person, to wait out and see if the mathematical calculation is going to favor them. So the match between Austria and Algeria is one that we can't afford to miss, where we don't know for a fact who is going to qualify. We are going to have to sit and wait to see who is going to come out with a victory in the match. So I can't tell you that this side is likely to qualify. Austria and Algeria, in terms of football, are sitting almost on the same, position in the FIFA ranking. And from what they have played so far, I can tell you that they play similar football. And I, even myself, worldwide, I don't know who is going to qualify. But at the end of the day, we are going to see who takes the victory and who might sit in the third position to wait for mathematical calculation. Yes, this is all the updates that we have in terms of the group stages and in terms of who is likely to qualify and who might not qualify, or who might be waiting to see the mathematical calculations. Then I've already told you the teams that have already gone home. Of course, Czech Republic, that's the country we call Czechia, are saying goodbye, to the World Cup. We are saying thank you to Czechia. We are saying thank you to Qatar. And we are also thanking Haiti. These guys, despite we know in terms of football, they are not too a strong side, a strong country in terms of football, but they gave it all their best. Czechia left the competition with 1 point, that 1 point that they got in that draw between them and South Africa. So they had to earn a point. Of course, Haiti, they did not get any point. They were trashed, but at the end of the day, they graced the occasion with their presence, and they fought very hard. It was not easy for them. Of course, Qatar, who had to get 2 red cards in a match against Canada, we are trashed, 6 goals to nothing, courtesy of that 2 red cards. You can imagine where 11 men had to play 9 men. 9 men. It was not in football. That is not a balanced equation where you have to field 11 men against 9 men. Any day, anytime, you expect the 11 men side to get a victory over people that are already 2 men down. It was not an easy match for them. They had to get 2 red cards, and it has already destabilized the formation, the lineup, everything. So it's not going to be easy for now. You have extra 2 people to the other side, and you are going to run around in the pitch. So at the end of the day, they had to go 6 goals down, and they had to end that match. And now they are going home. Of course, we still say thank you to the side called Qatar. They graced the occasion. Now, moving on, we have some transfer rumors that I'm going to briefly give you. Of course, you already know, or if you are aware, Cucurella is still in the rumors. Of course, he has sealed his deal with Real Madrid, but still the hate speech, the hate comments are still coming in, where they are still giving him death threats. They are still, if in fact threatening the wife also, that he had to betray Chelsea. Of course, Chelsea Football Club, we are the owners of Cucurella. I can say the owners because they were the one paying him. So at the end of the day, while he's at the World Cup, he had to sign, put pen to paper, give Madrid the consent, and now he's officially a Madrid player. So next season you are going to see Cucurella play for Madrid, and he has said that Vinicius should not be worried about tracking back. He's going to be doing all the dirty works for him. He just have to stay fresh and get the goals. That's what he said, and I hope that Vinicius will still remain in Madrid, because also in the rumor that we are having is that there is a likely possibility that Vinicius might not be in Real Madrid next season. There is a likely possibility that he might not be in Real Madrid in the next season. And of course, the Premier League fixtures are out already. We have the coaches that are still remaining in the Premier League and the coaches that have been sacked already. We have Amorim, who have moved on. He has gone to AC Milan. We have the likes of Arne Slot. Also, Liverpool had let go of Arne Slot. Arne Slot has moved on. But of course, we don't know the club that is going to get his signature. He's still without a club right now. Xabi Alonso, of course, is with Chelsea right now. Then Mikel Arteta still remains with Arsenal, and that is the Newcastle coach. So we are going to see a lot in terms of Premier League, who have rolled out their schedule already. We have seen the schedule before. We have the fixtures coming out already from August 22nd. All the Premier League action will be back to your screen, and I know you can't wait for that. After the World Cup, we just have a little break where the players have to rest. Then we move into action, straight into the actions of the league, the La Liga, the Serie A, the German Bundesliga, the French league, and every other league where we get to see our favorite players play. Now, in the rumors also, just before I leave the rumors, we have Matheus Fernandes, who is likely in a record fee of 150 million. Man City are looking to get this deal done. Of course, we know that Manchester United, we are the club, in fact, likely to get this signature. But at the end of the day, we have seen that this might not be possible. Nottingham Forest have, decided to give him to Manchester City because, of course, it's going to go to the highest bidder, and Manchester City are going to get him for a record transfer fee. In fact, surpassing the likes of Alexander Isak, who Liverpool bought the other time. So it's a record fee in terms of the Premier League. Of course, it's going to be a record fee for this guy to get his deal done. So he's going to go for a 150 million euros. I don't know if this money is worth, or the player is worth this money, because I can tell you for a fact that for me personally, I don't think he's worth this fee. But of course, I'm not the one spending the money. Manchester City know why they have spent so much money to get his signature. So Manchester United now has to go and look for another alternative, because when they sign the person you are going for, you just have to look for another alternative. Fernandes, that Manchester United were also gunning for, seems likely to be going to Tottenham Hotspur. So it's another heartbreaking moment for Manchester United. Two players that they were keen on getting their signature are moving to other clubs. Of course, Chelsea signed a defender from Atlanta yesterday. They have confirmed the deal. Now Cucurella is out, but he does not play in the same wing with Cucurella. He plays on the right side alongside Reece James and Gusto. So the debate right now is, are they going to loan Gusto out, or is he just going to come in? Because I don't know how possible you are going to come in and replace Reece James. Of course, Reece James is the captain of Chelsea, and Gusto being the second option. Are you now going to be a third option? Are you going to have playing time? Is he going to go on loan, or are they going to loan Gusto? All this we are going to see when the times come. But of course, this is all I have for you on this segment of Aneke Sports. Don't worry, we are going to be back tomorrow to give you all the results, all the analysis as it happened today. Later in the day, I've told you the matches that are coming up. I'm going to be here tomorrow, same time, same station, but by 8 a.m. we are already here to give you the analysis and all the updates. I hope you enjoyed today's segment on Aneke Sports. Do have a lovely day. I'm still your one and only worldwide Otaomele Wisdom, saying have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In the stories of ancient Greece, Achilles was more than a warrior. He was a hero whose strength could turn the tide of war, whose courage inspired loyalty, and whose presence commanded respect. His name had endured across millennia, a symbol of valor, power, and influence, a figure whose actions shaped destinies. Yet, Achilles' legacy was not only in the power he wielded, it was in how he used it. He fought not for personal glory alone, but for the honor and protection of those who depended on him. His might was purposeful, guided by responsibility, and measured by the lives he safeguarded. Today, Nigeria faces battles of different kind. These are battles fought not with swords, but with policies and principles. Our enemies are corruption, insecurity, inequality, and leadership that too often prioritizes ambition over accountability. These are struggles that affect millions, shaping the future of a nation rich in potential but fraught with challenges. The story of Achilles carries a lesson for our time. Strength without wisdom and responsibility is hollow. Power without vision can destroy more than it builds. Leadership in Nigeria demands more than force. It requires courage, foresight, and a commitment to the people. True heroism is not in personal triumph, but in the welfare of those entrusted to your care. The heroism Nigeria needs is tangible. It is reflected in leaders who listen to their citizens, govern with accountability, and deliver policies that empower communities, safeguard livelihoods, and create opportunity. It is measured by children in classrooms, families with secure futures, and communities that thrive. It is heroism that transforms potential into progress and challenges into triumph. Achilles' greatest victories were those that protected his people and honored his obligations. Similarly, Nigeria's most enduring successes will be those that prioritizes its citizens, safeguard their future, and uphold accountable people-centered leadership. Strength exercised for the common good, rather than personal gain, is the truest measure of greatness. As the nation charts its path forward, the message is clear. Leadership must be courageous, visionary, and responsible. It must fight not for applause, not for legacy alone, but for the prosperity, security, and dignity of every Nigerian. When strength is wielded for the greater good, it becomes enduring. When power is guided by principle, it inspires. When leadership is accountable, it unites. The chapters of Nigeria's destiny are still being written. Its future rest not in the triumphs of a few, but in the collective progress of millions. The nation's victories will be measured not in fleeting fame, but in lives transformed, communities empowered, and hope restored. In the spirit of Achilles, Nigeria must find strength that serves, courage that protects, and leadership that uplifts. In that strength lies the promise of a stronger, united, and more prosperous nation. One that honors its people, secures their future, and fulfills its boundless potential.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Onyechi and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. Oyo State government appeals to striking teachers to resume classes. Federal government orders freeze on assets linked to terrorism financing. On the foreign scene, Zimbabwe Senate approves bill extending President Mnangagwa's tenure to 2030. And on the business news, CBN reports over 17 trillion naira increase in federal government borrowing. Now the news in details. The Oyo State government has appealed to the Nigeria Union of Teachers, NUT, to suspend its ongoing industrial action and allow public schools across the state to resume academic activities. The Commissioner for Information in the state, Prince Dotun Oyelade, said the government recognizes the security concerns raised by teachers following the abduction of students and teachers in Orere local government area on May 15th. He, however, noted that the prolonged closure of schools is disrupting learning and affecting families across the state. The union has maintained that teachers will not return to classrooms until adequate measures are put in place to guarantee the safety of pupils and education workers. Meanwhile, the Oyo State Police Command has dismissed reports linking any traditional ruler to the incident, urging residents to avoid spreading unverified information. As part of efforts to strengthen the education sector, the state government has approved the release of 8.7 billion naira for the procurement of textbooks for primary and junior secondary schools. Government said the intervention is expected to improve learning outcomes and attract additional support from development partners. The Edo State government and the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, ndlea, have intensified efforts to combat substance abuse among young people through a statewide school sensitization campaign. Speaking at Niger College, Benin City, ahead of the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, the Edo State Commander of the ndlea, Mr. Michel Ofoyeju, warned students about the dangers of illicit drugs use and its impact on education, health, and future opportunities. The agency highlighted the growing abuse of substances such as methamphetamine, popularly known as mkpuru-mmiri, tramadol, codeine, and other harmful substances. Students were also educated on strategies for resisting peer pressure and accessing support services, including the agency's confidential counseling platforms. Also speaking, the Senior Special Assistant to Governor Monday Okpeholo on drug control matters, Mr. Andrew Efe, reiterated the administration's zero-tolerance policy on drug abuse and trafficking. He urged students to become advocates against substance abuse in their schools and communities. The Bayelsa State government has warned orphanage operators to comply strictly with child protection regulations or risk sanctions, including closure of their facilities. The Commissioner for Women, Children Affairs and Social Development, Mrs. Joanna Gigi, issued the warning during a stakeholders meeting in Yenagoa. She stressed that any adoption carried out without government approval and proper documentation remains illegal. Mrs. Gigi explained that the ministry would intensify monitoring of orphanages and child care institutions across the state to ensure compliance with established adoption procedures and safeguard the welfare of vulnerable children. She reaffirmed the government's commitment to protecting children's rights and ensuring that all adoption processes are transparent, lawful, and in the best interest of the child. Operators of registered homes welcomed the move, describing it as necessary to strengthen accountability in the sector. Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, has announced the expansion of the Renewed Hope Initiative National Food Park program as part of efforts to tackle hunger and malnutrition across the country. Speaking during a meeting with wives of state governors in Abuja, Senator Tinubu explained that food bank centers would be established alongside primary healthcare facilities in the 6 geopolitical zones to improve access to nutrition and healthcare services. She said the program is designed to support vulnerable households, pregnant women, nursing mothers, and children by providing nutritional assistance and strengthening community health interventions. The initiative is being implemented in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, the Bank of Agriculture, and the Dangote Group. Senator Tinubu called on the governor's wives to support efforts aimed at identifying and assisting malnutritioned children in their respective states. The federal government has directed financial institutions and relevant organizations across the country to immediately freeze assets belonging to individuals and entities linked to terrorism financing. The directive follows international sanctions imposed on a Lagos-based businessman, Matak Adamu Mohammed, and several bureaus detained accused of facilitating financial sanctions for terrorist organizations. Authorities say the Nigerian Sanctions Committee has expanded its watch list by adding more individuals and businesses suspected of involvement in illicit financial activities connected to terrorism and transactional crime. Under the new measures, banks and other financial institutions are required to block access to affected accounts and report suspicious transactions to relevant security and regulatory agencies. Government officials say the action is aimed at strengthening national security and disrupting the financial network that support terrorism across the region. Governor Petermbah of Enugu State has inaugurated the Center for DNA Forensics and Criminal Investigation at Godfrey Okoye University, describing the facility as a major investment in the state's security architecture. He said modern security challenges require the development of science, innovation, and technology to strengthen crime detection and justice delivery. Dr. Mbah noted that security remains the foundation for economic growth, investment, education, and social development. According to him, the center will enhance the capacity of law enforcement agencies to investigate crimes, identify suspects, and secure convictions through scientific evidence. The governor warned criminals that advances in forensic science have significantly reduced opportunities to evade justice, stressing that every crime leaves traces that can be scientifically analyzed. He urged security agencies, legal practitioners, researchers, and educational institutions to utilize the facility for investigations, training, and research. Speaking at the event, the Catholic Bishop of Enugu Diocese, Most Reverend Callistus Onaga, represented by Reverend Father Victor Eze, described the project as a landmark achievement. Vice Chancellor of Godfrey Okoye University, Professor Kristen Aneke said the center would support forensic investigations, paternity and maternity testing, while creating opportunities for young Nigerian scientists. The Senate has passed a constitutional amendment bill seeking the establishment of state police across the country, marking a major milestone in Nigeria's security reform efforts. The legislation was approved during plenary presided over by the President of the Senate, Mr. Godswill Akpabio. The executive bill, transmitted by President Bola Tinubu, underwent first, second, and third readings before its adoption by lawmakers. The proposed amendment seeks to alter relevant provisions of the 1999 Constitution to allow states to establish and operate their own police services. Leading debate on the bill, Senator Leader Okpeyemi Bamidele described the proposal as one of the most significant constitutional reforms in Nigeria's democratic history. He argued that the country's current centrally controlled policing structure is increasingly challenged by evolving security threats. Following deliberations, Senator adopted the measures through a manual vote after the electronic voting system malfunctioned. Operatives of the Nigeria Police Force have foiled a kidnap attempt along the Benin-Apara Road in Edo State, recovering passengers of a commercial bus after an exchange of gunfire with suspected abductors. The incident occurred near the NNPC pipeline axis, where armed men reportedly attacked a commercial vehicle and attempted to force passengers into the bush. Police said tactical operatives from the Ugo division responded swiftly after receiving a distress call. According to the command, the officers engaged the attackers in a gun duel, forcing them to abandon their victims and flee into nearby forest areas. All passengers were rescued, while one victim who sustained a minor injury received treatment and was discharged. The Imo State Police Command has reaffirmed its readiness to provide adequate security for forthcoming electoral activities across the state. The assurance was given by Commissioner of Police Audu Gabar Boso during a meeting with the newly deployed Resident Electoral Commission of INEC in the state. The meeting, held at the command headquarters in Owerri, focused on preparations for future elections and measures required to ensure a peaceful and credible electoral process. The police commissioner said security personnel would be deployed to protect electoral officials, facilities, and materials. Mr. Boso noted that the command has intensified patrols and intelligence-driven operations aimed at preventing threats that could undermine the democratic process. He urged residents to cooperate with security agencies by reporting suspicious activities. The resident electoral commissioner, Chukwuemeka Christopher, commended the police for their support and requested enhanced security around INEC offices. Both institutions pledged continued collaboration to guarantee free, fair, and credible elections in the state. The Legal Practitioners Privileges Committee has suspended the Senior Advocate of Nigeria rank conferred on constitutional lawyer and human rights advocate Mike Ozekhome. The decision was announced following the committee's 173rd General Meeting. In a statement signed by the Secretary of the Committee and Chief Registrar of the Supreme Court, Kabiru Eniola Kanabi, the suspension was said to be in line with the provisions of the guidelines governing the SAN rank. The committee explained that the action is pending the determination of disciplinary proceedings currently before its disciplinary and ethics subcommittee. It added that the measure was taken in accordance with established procedures regulating the conduct of holders of the prestigious rank. According to the committee, the suspension is intended to preserve the integrity, dignity, and prestige associated with the rank of Senior Advocate of Nigeria, pending the conclusion of the disciplinary process. And you are watching news around the globe, coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, YouTube and Facebook at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the stories making the headlines. Oyo state government urges striking teachers to return to classrooms. Federal government orders immediate freeze on assets linked to terrorism financing. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, Zimbabwe legislature approves bill to extend President Mnangagwa's tenure. On business news, federal government borrowing raises by 117.4 trillion naira, says CBN. We'll be back shortly.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Constitutional Court of the Czech Republic has ruled that President Petr Pavel can attend next month's NATO summit in Ankara, ending a dispute between the presidency and government over foreign representation. The court issued an emergency injunction directing the government of Prime Minister Andrej Babis to facilitate the president's participation in the summit. The dispute centered on whether the president had the constitutional authority to lead the country's delegation. President Pavel, a former senior NATO military commander, argued that preventing him from attending the summit infringed on his constitutional responsibilities in representing the Czech Republic internationally. The ruling compels the government to complete all necessary arrangements before the summit deadline. Zimbabwe's Senate has approved a constitutional amendment bill seeking to extend presidential tenure for 5 to 7 years, paving the way for President Emerson Mnangagwa to remain in office until 2030. The bill secured the required two-thirds majority after Senators voted overwhelmingly to support of the approval. It now awaits presidential assent to become law. The amendment also introduces significant electoral changes, including provisions that would transfer the process of presidential selection from direct public voting to the parliament. Supporters of the legislation argue that it will promote political stability and provide continuity for national development programs, while opposition groups have criticized the move as a setback for democratic governance and constitutional term limits. Leaders of key European nations have met in Berlin to strengthen cooperation ahead of the next month's NATO summit in Ankara, amid growing geopolitical and security challenges. The meeting, hosted by German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, brought together leaders from France, Italy, Poland, and the United Kingdom to discuss defense cooperation, regional security, and transatlantic relations. Discussions focused on maintaining unity within the alliance following disagreements over defense spending, support for Ukraine, and broader security priorities across Europe. The gathering also marked a farewell for outgoing British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, with participating leaders commending his efforts to strengthen cooperation between Britain and its European partners. On the business news, new data released by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, shows that credit extended to the federal government increased by 17.39 trillion naira in the 12 months ending May 2026. The figures indicate that total government borrowing rose to more than 40 trillion naira, representing a significant year-on-year increase in public sector credit. Financial analysts say commercial banks continue to channel substantial funds into government securities such as treasury bills and bonds, reflecting strong demand for domestic financing of government operations. Economists, however, warn that sustained public sector borrowing could limit access to credit for businesses and manufacturers, potentially affecting private sector growth and broader economic expansion. The federal government has increased its conditional cash transfer payment from 10,000 naira to 25,000 naira per cycle under the renewed Hope Conditional Cash Transfer Program. Jigawa State Commissioner for Special Duties and Humanitarian Affairs, Mr. Awal Sankara, said that the more than 154,000 vulnerable households have been enrolled in the program across the state's 27 local government areas. Under the revised arrangement, beneficiaries will receive 25,000 naira in 3 installments amounting to 75,000 naira per household to support basic needs and improve livelihoods. Officials say the program is aimed at cushioning the impact of economic hardship, boosting household welfare, and supporting small-scale economic activities in local communities. The Cycling Federation of Nigeria has described the country's participation in the 7th edition of the Tour d'Afrique as a major success. Federation board member Mr. Femi Thomas welcomed Team Nigeria at the conclusion of the event in Lagos, noting that the competition provided valuable exposure and experience for participating cyclists. The 1,110-kilometer cycling tour was organized to promote climate action, sustainable transportation, and regional integration across Africa. Officials say the event also showcased Nigeria's commitment to environmental sustainability while strengthening sporting cooperation and continental unity. And finally, on the entertainment news, award-winning Nigerian music star Davido has gifted a luxury vehicle to his wife, Chioma's personal assistant, popularly known as Dynasty the Great. The recipient shared videos of the presentation on social media, expressing appreciation to Davido and his wife for the gesture. The latest gifts are to a series of philanthropic acts by the singer, who has previously presented vehicles and other valuables to members of his team and close associates. And now to end the news, the main points again. The Oyo State government has appealed to the Nigeria Union of Teachers, NUT, to suspend its ongoing strike and resume academic activities across public schools in the state. The Commissioner for Information in the state, Mr. Dutun Oyelade, said government remains committed to addressing security concerns raised by the union following the abduction of students and teachers in Orere local government area. The federal government has directed banks and other financial institutions to immediately freeze accounts and assets linked to individuals and organizations suspected of financing terrorism. The directive follows sanctions imposed on alleged terror financiers, as authorities intensify efforts to disrupt the flow of funds to criminal and extremist networks. On the foreign scene, Zimbabwe's parliament has approved a constitutional amendment bill that would extend the tenure of President Emerson Mnangagwa until 2030. The proposal, which has generated intense political debate, is expected to become law upon presidential assent, with supporters citing political stability and critics raising concerns about democratic governance. And on the business scene, the Central Bank of Nigeria says credit to the federal government increased by about 17.4 trillion naira within 1 year, ending May 2026. Economic analysts warn that sustained government borrowing could limit access to credit for private businesses and affect investment-driven growth in key sectors for the economy. And that concludes our news today. For major stories and for latest updates and breaking news, stay connected with Aneke TV on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you for watching and have a pleasant day. I am Onyenyechi. Good morning.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering, because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Please and greetings to everyone watching. You're tuning to Sunrise here on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness, love, and everything good in between. Bringing you that daily dose of brightness and joy, I am Good Hope Chukuma, coming to you live from our studio here in vibrant Enugu.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying good morning, and good morning also to you, our global audience. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for joining us. And as always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate. Mr. Goodhope, how are you this morning? I'm fine. Having the weather looking as if the day did not even break at all. And that's the season we're in. We expectedly, you were praying that it happens, and here it's happening. It's happening. And then we want to complain? No, I'm not complaining, of course, because this is what we have been expecting. Everyone earlier in the morning, the heat season, everybody was clamoring for a rainy season, and then here we are. Though it obstructs movements and activities, but the weather is cool, man. The weather is very cool, and I was thinking that the weather would not be this cool so that other things, people can find their way and move around the day. Because many people would just go back to their bed, go back to what their resting place and say, okay, I'm not doing a lot. And I'm talking about students. Lecturers even could say no lectures today. I remember when I was a student in such a weather, no one goes to school unless you're in school already. So you have to find your way and get your shelters. But if I was at home and it starts to rain, I'm not going to school. How one makes excuses with rainfalls, and then you think that when you become an adult, that once the weather changes, you have the latitude and the authority to just tuck yourself in bed and don't go out. But today, what happens? You're willing to even run into the rain so far as you achieve your target for the day. It started raining around very early in the morning, around 6:04. So I was praying, let it not continue. But I had no option. I had to put on my gears and fly down. The thing is, well, now I'm looking at it from the hindsight, what it should be and what it has been for me. It has not been really easy coming out in the rain, but once it's work, once it's what you're going to do to help yourself get better, there's no excuse. Exactly. While we are welcoming our guests, let me formally, welcome you back to the Sunrise. Yes. I would tell them that you've been away to the World Cup. Yes, I've been away. And I would want to ask what's happening with the World Cup, but I will save that for later. Yeah. So give us a synopsis of what we are going to have this morning. Well, it's going to be a hot and a wonderful sunrise where we're going to take on hot topics, things that concerns the nation, hot updates, talking about stock updates, which we have looked at earlier in the morning, and also going to look at the latest news from the newspapers, from the analysis, how Nigeria has actually been. Then on the sports arena, where we're going to bring you the World Cup, what is going on in the World Cup, and also other sporting events. Even this weekend, there's actually a Formula 1 race that's coming up in Austria. So I'm getting ready for that. So and a whole lot of things coming up this morning. Yes, a whole lot of things coming up this morning. You can hear that. So why not get and grab that cup of coffee and tea? Relax. Enjoy this ride, because the sunrise is here.
Yes, the sunrise is here. And let's just take a look at the quote of the day, where we have from the best of the best, Paul Kagame. Paul Kagame says, Africa's story has been written by others. This is our inspiration segment, and we want to inspire you so that you know what is going on. You have to, be inspired daily. That's what we do here on Sunrise. And I go and I read what the quote says. It says, Africa's story has been written by others. We need to own our problems and solutions and write our own story. This is very important. Africa's story has been written by others. A lot of people has, given their thesis, have penned down stories. We have a lot of African proverbs, African quotes from great writers, authors, and experienced men who has, lived in Africa. People even who have even visited Africa, they have written something, they have done a lot of things. But here this morning, Paul Kagame is telling us that we need to own our problems and solutions and write our own story. A lot of times, complaints will not get you the solution. A lot of times, people want to, deviate from the problem by complaining. People want to cry. People want to blame the government a lot. Now, I'm not saying that all that glitters is not good, or all that glitters is actually good. I'm just saying that instead of us to complain, instead of us to, take matters with our words, we should actually take matters with our actions and be able to write our own stories. Writing your own story is very important. And as Africans, it is necessary that we look into our culture, our heritage. There are things that we will not entertain. We are good people. We are a great nation. I'm talking about Nigeria now. And election is coming up. A lot of things are going to happen during that election season. And I don't know how prepared you are, how you're preparing yourself to be part of that. So it's time for us to write our own story. It's time for us to motivate ourselves so that we can go away from the complaints and also go into the season where we can be able to bring updates and then change the tides of our lives.
Yeah, very well said. Looking at this very quote from Paul Kagame, some would tell you that what a great son of Africa, but irrespective of divide where one belongs, because some are beginning to look at him as being despotic, Sithite, African syndrome and all that. But the point remains that his words this morning is quite motivating and apt for any Nigerian at this point in time and every great son of Africa. He says that Africa's story has been written by others. We need to own our problems and solutions and write our own story, Paul Kagame. Now, over time, when we complain, we talk about the way the Europeans dominated, colonized us, took over, and our history had been over time distorted, written by invaders and others. But here, Paul Kagame is telling us that it's time for us to own our own story, for us to write our own history, shape the way we want it to be. And in this instance, yes, how do we write this? All of us cannot be writers, of course, There can be less of Chino Achebes and the Adiches of this world. Yes. While we are enterprising and everything we're doing. But there are a whole lot of ways we write our history. And you've contributed to it by saying, yes, Nigeria soon will be going into that critical moment of decision-making, in this, our march and quest for nationhood, for a better nation, a nation that will be proud to bequeath to the generation next. And in writing that history, we are all part of it. How do we write? By participation, by coming out, getting involved, and, engaging the process. Go get your PVC. We keep saying that. That's where we start from. Because if you do not have a PVC, you cannot make an input on who sits at the helm. So your contribution to writing this great story is by participating, going out this morning to go get your PVC. And when you've gotten it, next thing is on the day of the election, you step out properly, go in line, get accredited, then cast your vote. Join others to choose the very good leaders that will transform the trajectory of this nation. And in that way, we'll be fulfilling the words of Paul Kagame in seeing that we've written our own history. Remember that popular quote, that the story of the hunt will continue to favor the hunters until the lions have their own historians. Yes. So, irrespective of what we want people to believe, we are the architects of our own future. We can write the story that we want the rest of the world and generation next to remember us with. But there are a whole lot of blank pages to be filled. So this morning, we urge you, in the words of Paul Kagame, to rise to the occasion and write a very good one at that.
Yes, rise to the occasion and write a very good one at that. I want to also remind you that the PVC, time for PVC collation, time for PVC registration, INEC has announced it's going to end by on 10 July. So you have to go out there and get your PVC in case you are not aware. Now we'll take a short break. When we return, we are going to give you weather updates. Stay with us.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Yes, we're back again, and we have to bring you the weather update across cities in the southeast, where we're going to be showing you what's happening and how it's going to be happening in the atmospheric condition of the places.
Yes, that's the weather report across major cities in the southeast this morning. And we are starting
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. The day in Anambra starts warm and humid with temperatures hovering between 25 degrees Celsius and 27 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, the mercury is expected to rise to 33 degrees Celsius and to 35 degrees Celsius, making conditions hot and uncomfortable, especially around the commercial hubs of Onitsha and Nnewi. As evening approaches, temperatures will ease to 26 degrees Celsius to 28 degrees Celsius with thunderstorms and rainfall expected to sweep across many parts of the state.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the core city. The day in Enugu begins cool, calm, and refreshing, with morning temperatures ranging from 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon will peak at 30 to 31 degrees Celsius, creating a pleasant and moderately warm atmosphere. By evening, temperature will drop to 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, while thunderstorms and scattered showers are expected to bring a cooler end to the day.
Good morning, Abakaleke. The day in Ebonyi begins warm and bright with temperatures between 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, the state is expected to experience the highest temperatures in the southeast, reaching 34 to 35 degrees Celsius. The heat will be intense, particularly around Abakaleke. Evening temperatures will drop to 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, with strong thunderstorms, gusty winds, and heavy rainfall expected later in the day.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. The day in Imo State starts mild and slightly humid, with temperatures between 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. Afternoon conditions will become warmer as temperatures climb to 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, accompanied by increased humidity. Evening temperatures will settle around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius, with thunderstorms and intermittent rainfall likely across the state.
Good morning, Omahia, Abia State. The day in Abia opens warm and humid, with temperatures of 24 to 25 degrees Celsius in the morning. The afternoon will be noticeably warmer at 31 to 32 degrees Celsius, especially around Aba, where humidity levels will be higher.
By evening, temperatures will ease to 24 degrees Celsius to 26 degrees, while thunderstorms and showers are expected across many communities.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress properly, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
Welcome back, still on Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we take a quick look at what's making the front page headlines of the major newspapers across the cities today in Nigeria. Now we take a look at the Punch headline. We say state police bill lands in state assemblies. So that's what the Punch headline says. State police bills lands in state assemblies. Down.
And on The Guardian, Senate clears path for state police, retains federal oversight and guardrails.
Now on Daily Trust, we have state police gains ground as Senate passes bill.
And on The Vanguard, Senate passes state police bill, is now federal, state police.
Now on The Nation, we have Senate passes state police bill. That's what we have on The Nation. Now, this morning, we're going to start with the Daily Trust that says state police gains ground as Senate passes bill. The drive for state police has gained significant momentum following the passage of the bill by the Senate. The development marks a major milestone in efforts to reform Nigeria's security system by allowing states to play a greater role in policing and internal security. Supporters argue that state police will improve local intelligence gathering and crime response, while debates continue over funding, oversight, and safeguards to prevent misuse. This is about the state police that has been making rounds on the newspaper front page and also on our national architecture, looking at what has been going on so far. You know, a few weeks ago, we were battling, of course, from time to time, there could be the issues, which talking about insecurity. And this has really inspired our federal government, has inspired the nation, I mean the leaders of our nation, to go into drafting and pushing for state policing. Now, looking at the structure, it has actually been, the bill has been, granted, but it has actually, there's a side of it where the 2/3 of majority of the assemblies are still, give it assent before it has to come into play. Now, we have to take a look at the pros and the cons that has to do with state policing. Now, you talk about the financing, how will it be? Remember that one thing that has been obvious in this state police issue started with the banditry, terrorism, and the issues around security in our nation, where people need to know, the security in the state, they need to know the nooks and crannies of the state. That's first thing I am trying to, understand from this reason why state police is very important. They need to know the nook and crannies of the place where they are. Now, the federal government trying to give this strength, give this autonomy where we can have a state police would actually go a long way. It's actually neither a miracle solution or a disaster by itself. It's actually a situation that is there. And I can tell you that if it is properly funded, you could have a situation where issues around banditry, security, terrorism, insecurity, terrorism, and the rest of them would be reduced to the minimum. And I will actually say, first of all, I'll be second of all, yes, I would say kudos to the federal government for, tackling this. This shows that there is a progress in the in the battle of insecurity around our nation. I mean, many times we have seen the situations around kidnapping, abduction, and banditry, and the terrorism generally. We've seen these situations, and we're asking, these people who are the leaders of the nation, are they really seeing what is going on? Or is it only the people who, I mean, talking about Nigerians, are seeing it? But them, swinging into actions, and our lawmakers taking this up and bringing it to the chambers really tells us that there's actually a good news coming. And this good news is 50%, in progress. But we're going to see what happens with the news. We're going to see what happens at the end of the day, because it will be actually, in simple terms, better security and faster response, like I said, and local intelligence. Many times these bandits, where they are, many people who are coming from the east, when you send let's say a police officer from the east or wherever around the west, when they go there, they may not know the place. But people who are living in the states, who are part of the state, I'm talking about those who have been recruited, who knows the nooks and crannies of the state, would actually know where these places are, and there will be more of our border monitoring. One of the things that we have seen that has really been a problem in this insecurity we've been facing, which we have seen over time, is how porous our borders are. You could see around the northeast, the boundary between Niger and Nigeria. There's not actually any security there, I could say. But now, when there's a state security and there's a recruitment, a structural recruitment, and a structural laid down rules, legal framework, it means that this will mean that the people who are in the state, who are part of the state, or who are in the region, they would actually know what's happening. Let me give you an instance with Enugu. If at all in Enugu state, where we are right now, there's a problem in Enugu, people, talking about the police, the forest guards, those who know the nook and crannies of Enugu, they will go out and fight, or do invest. There will be a lot of intelligence that will be coming, and there will be the right information, and it will be coming at the right time. One of the things I would want to say that is going to affect this state security, state policing issue, where we have the federal policing and the national policing structures, would be lack of intelligence. I mean, in this structure, we should make up our mind as a nation to have more intelligence, because I think this is the major reason why we need a state police. Intelligence sharing at the beginning. That's what we actually need in the state security issue.
All right, you kept it quite well, and I am excited on one aspect. Then, yeah, I am excited to read this morning and be aware that the Senate has done its part. That's me being excited as a Nigerian. Then, on the one hand, I am apprehensive in a way, but my joy, overwhelms my apprehension. Having said that, when we look at this issue of stateless, it's dominated the conversation over time, given the level of insecurity in Nigeria. Every Nigerian, including the pan-socio-cultural organization, has over time consistently continued to push for stateless. It didn't start in the life of this administration, but I am excited that if there's anything, this administration has shown cause, they've shown will and then capacity, in the sense that they want to bring about stateless in Nigeria. And when you look at the dynamics of our security situation, you see and appreciate the fact that at this point in time, it has become quite pertinent that we should by now begin to, work towards instituting state police. I am of the school of the thought that this constitutional amendment, has taken more time, that it has taken more time to kick into effect the legal angle to covering every loophole that would negate and challenge institutioning state police in Nigeria. I am of the view that over time, I expected the National Assembly to move into top gear with speed, the same maximum speed that I saw when the Electoral Act was passed I expected the same gusto to be channeled into state police. And I did speak up at that point in time concerning this. But be that as it may, one could say that is now mourning, being that the Senate, has gone into the itself to now concur in the same position with the House of Rep to pass this bill, which is the most consequential, constitutional reform since our journey back into democracy. When you look at the whole amendments, we do have not, attempted an amendment in the 1999 Constitution that will have, the effects of this very bill, in this instance. Having noted that, I am excited that, yes, that they were able to get to third majority to pass this very bill. I do not want to look at the nitty-gritty about how this victory was secure. But one thing that is obvious is that we've moved a step further to realizing, state policing in Nigeria. The Senate, having done its bid by passing this bill, has now, thrown the ball to the state assemblies for them to do their part. We still need 24 houses of assemblies to, equally concur with the Senate, the National Assembly, in giving positive affirmation for state police to come into being. Yes, and I do not expect that will be, a challenge in navigating the terrain. Yes, because this is an APC-dominated government. And the main man, at the helm of affairs, his body language speaks to the fact that he wants to bring about state police. So I expect the subnational, especially the governors, to be able to do their part and bring in the votes from their state assemblies. So that's why I am seeing a speedy passage of this bill at the state level, at the state assemblies in this very regard. Having said that, yes, you equally, while you were looking at it, there are equally issues of very concerns that one, would want to believe that the National Assembly, in his wisdom, because over time I see them as the apex chamber of wise men, where you should find enough gray hair, men with the technical capacity and experience over time to look into issues affecting Nigeria and proffer solutions without hindrance. Having said that, I assume that when they mandated the committee of the Senate to look into these amendments, the Senate Committee on Amendment of the Constitution, I suppose that they've done a thorough study and come out with a visibility, a bill that has the capacity to negate and navigate every challenges that may arise as a result of state police. And to that extent, I'm excited that now we've moved into the next stage of it. Having said that, over time, people have continued to argue about the challenges with having state police. And I say, please, why we keep propping up the challenges? The question is not about the challenges. How do we surmount these challenges? And I feel that the Senate, in its wisdom, have gone ahead to do, the needful in setting up, various laws to see that there's no abuse of state police, which is a lot of the time, the argument, those who are against state police, propose that they fear for abuse at the subnational level, where the governors would, use it for personal vendetta and abuse to go against people who do not, kowtow to their whims and agree with them. And the Senate, in its wisdom, has made a provision in this very instance to check that. And I feel one thing with law is that laws are not static. You keep amending it and fine-tuning it. But what this nation needs at this very instance is that we should be able to have effective policing where we will be able to check the insecurity that has terrorized this nation over time. When you look at the federal policing, for example, is a known fact, it's no longer a secret that Nigeria is underplaced. Yes. The population of Nigeria, when we want to be humble enough, we'll tell you that it's within 230 to 250 million. But obviously, if we should conduct a census in Nigeria, you will agree with me that the Nigerian population has exploded such that 250 million population could be a humble man's estimation of what the population is. And what's the capacity of the federal police to man and police this population is obviously abysmal. Therefore, to strengthen the situation without even going into overdrive of sustaining what we've had as policing in Nigeria, you now create an additional manpower through a platform that is closer to the people, which you've highlighted in this very instance. There are pros to it, and with this, I should believe that we will begin to see that the Nigerian nation will be better placed from it was in the past. Having stated that, the National Assembly, like I was telling you, part of the thing that excited me in this bill is that it didn't negate the fact that the process could be hijacked and abused. And in that, let me read. They've gone ahead to say that one of the key safeguards they've adopted, by the Senate is that a state commissioner of police shall not arrest, detain, investigate, or deploy force against any person, political party, or group, mainly for criticizing the government, except in accordance with the law. And they go ahead to let us know that this provision is expected to serve as a constitutional shield against politically motivated arrest, and abuse of power. So this is wonderful. You understand that they have the provision. Then now let's worry about those who would want to circumvent the law. It becomes a different issue altogether. In fact, to tell you how holistic the Senate, in trying to pass this bill, where they've gone out to marshal out the structures that at the federal level you have the IG of police who is controlling the federal police, whereas at the subnational level you have a commissioner of police who will be handling the state police in this very regard. Now that throws up the issue of challenges that we may encounter, but I believe that these challenges will be overcome as we journey along into realizing state police. It doesn't negate the fact that there will be challenges. Yes, obviously. Yes. Like the challenges of finance. But I should tell Nigerians and everyone who is worried about finance that he has given us an avenue to see that the resources of this nation, which a number of times we'll speak to about not knowing how it's being utilized, another avenue has been created that those are the control of our finances, our national patrimony, when it's being monthly, shared amongst the federative units. You can't tell what each wants to do with it. But we can now, when we realize state police, tell you that at least we know that a percentage of it would go into ensuring that we are safe, that you and I can at least go to bed with one of our eyes closed. I say one of our eyes intentionally because in Nigeria now, our two eyes are open when we are sleeping. Yes. So with state police, we believe that one eye can be closed. They're hoping that we'll have a holistic handle on the spreading insecurity that is now moving towards the southern part of Nigeria. Having said that, again, we know that the funding should be there. And should it not be available, readily available, I do not see an encumbrance in this very administration that knows where the lenders are. To find it difficult going to borrow for a worthy cause to protect the lives and property of Nigerians. And I do not see an assembly that will be a blockage, because I've seen them over time approved minimal things when the executive come and needing their support, to append to their borrowing. So in these regards, the funds should be available, and we need not to even go borrowing. The resources available, if well redistributed, you will see that state policing will be well catered for. So today, I do not want to look at the issues that will be a challenge. Yes, we know the issue of abuse has been taken care of. The funding, I do not see that as a challenge, because the argument may be that at the subnational levels, that the governors may not want an additional financial burden. But this is a necessary evil in this regard, that the Nigerian state has to be secure and adequately placed. And I expect that by the time we get to it, that adequate provisions will be made in terms of seeing that these state police are better equipped, better trained, different from what we've known over time as policing in Nigeria. And he has gone ahead to even in passing this bill, marshal out the operational plan as regards the law. He has said that the state police will operate, in accordance to state laws in this area. So mapping out areas of jurisdiction. When it comes to federal offenses, you will see the state police step in. When there's occasions of like we have in the US where there are insurrections, you understand? You will see the pontus deploying the federal police in this very instance. And in Nigeria, if we have a situation that overwhelms the commissioner of police and the state police at the subnational level, then they will write to the president, who would now, through a written order, verifiable through the Senate, the National Assembly, order federal police to now march into their very state. So every axis seems to be covered. Yeah, there's jurisdiction, when it comes to crime, there's demarcation of what, stands as federal crime and state crime in this very regard. So in this instance, I see that they've done well to cover every loophole. However, when we continue to look at this and then look at the possible challenges, this morning I tell you, I am not about these challenges. I am about celebrating this victory that will see that Nigerians can go to bed, with their own eyes closed. That Nigerians can travel from the city to the hinterland. That people can get to their farm. That people can travel without going to buy olive oil from a pastor that will take your wife when he sees your wife. That Nigerians need not to, pray and disturb God about the things that government can provide for them. That when you travel from one state to another, that you should be sure that you have adequate police on the way to avoid being kidnapped, and then begin to mobilize your community for ransom. So these are the things and the gains I want to celebrate with the state police bill that now lands in the state assemblies. Having said that, good hope. There are hope for Nigerians, yes, because indirectly, we've created additional jobs. We clamor over time that there's no job in this nation. And that means me to see that when the leaders, politicians mean well for this nation, the things we'll cry and pray about will not be an issue. Job has been created across the federation. In the list, 36,000 jobs will be created. That's to say the least, across the federation. You know what that means for the economy? Resources that's been hoarded, redirected, sometimes looted, can now find purpose in equipping the police, in funding the police, in this very regard. And you know what that will happen? It will trickle down and help, the economy to blossom. You will see people who are employed being able to help their families in this very regard. So there are a whole lot of things to celebrate. Yeah. It will help a number of ways beyond just job creation in this very regard. So for me, is a plus for us, and I will continue to remember this very administration. If at the end of the day, state police is backed, if there's one thing we will hold them that they've done well, it is betting state police in Nigeria.
Now we take a look at the Vanguard headline, which says anti-terror action. Federal government orders banks to freeze assets of terrorism financiers. This is about the terrorism financiers list that came out. And it is said that the federal government has directed banks and other financial institutions to immediately freeze the accounts and assets of individuals and entities linked to the financing of terrorism. The move is part of a broader crackdown on terror funding networks aimed at disrupting the flow of money and resources to extremist groups. This is concerning yesterday we saw it in the news from Monday how there have been certain people who have been said to be sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria, people who have been sponsoring the extremist group. And it is said that their resources, their money, and if you cut off their finances, if you cut off their food supply, if you cut off their logistics. Just a few weeks ago, and even last week, I could say even Monday, some of these logistics guys were nabbed. And still in the news some time ago, just within this week, we've had where a trailer was intercepted that was moving military uniform just unauthorized down to wherever it was said to go. Now, these are the issues that we're having where extremists, people are sponsoring, some people are financing the issues we are having in Nigeria, especially in the insecurity. And a lot of times questions have been asked, who are part of this. Federal government had released 48 lists of those who are involved and those who are said to be, who are being investigated, and they have said that their accounts should be freezed. Their banks should be frozen. A lot of their resources should be taken away for the moment and let investigations start. This is a better way to move in this regard of security. Talking about state police, then we're talking about cutting off people who are financing the issues we're having as a nation. And when you take a look back at the history, you would see that insecurity and terrorism did not start today in Nigeria. It started years ago, as of 1999, but it built momentum down till 2026, where we have more than 6,000 people who have died out of insecurity in Nigeria, especially in the northeast. The demography in the northeast, in the northern part of Nigeria is plenty. Now, when you look at the issues and then those who have been hospitalized, who have been wounded, and I'm not just talking about that, we're also talking about our security. We've lost 2 generals in 2026 just to insecurity. We've lost 2 generals, and you know what it means, what it takes to have a general. It takes 25 years for a nation like Nigeria to have 1 general, to produce a general, and we just lost them at the whisk of they were just whisked away because there are people who sponsored these guys. Now, one of the attacks that has lived rent-free in my head, that attack that took General Oseni Brahima, that particular attack really has lived rent-free in my head. Talking about these guys, the terrorists coming, attacking them with night vision. You know how it is night and there's no light, there's nothing. And they came with night vision to tell you how sophisticated these guys are. And it is very good. It's the federal government's move. I would say they are going towards the right direction, as they've ordered banks to close and shut down all the names listed so far, so that investigations can commence and we'll really find out what is wrong. I think I'm really positive about this whole issue, because I'm seeing the light coming. And talking down and going down the frame, I want to also let you know that our military in the news has also been making several progress in their actions against insecurity and terrorism. I was excited yesterday when I saw in the news that they had to, they had to chase after those kidnapped. And in the southwest, they also had to, intercept a lot of these logistics guys who have been supplying livelihoods to the Boko Haram and the extremist groups. It is something that has really made me excited. And also talking about that, there's a current situation in the court where those who are arrested for terrorism and those who have been involved in this are going. I'm talking about the bandits, and some of them are being tried in Abuja right now, and they will be prosecuted. That is something we're seeing from the security architecture of our nation. And so far, at some point, all we've been having, even while we're still talking about the Oyo school kidnap, those who are still in the kidnappers, then we have seen some rays of hope coming. And we expect and believe this will go a long way to, bring our nation, restore peace to Nigeria.
Yes, these are positive developments in combating insecurity in Nigeria. And over time, we'll keep speaking to the fact that if our leadership wants to do the right thing and has that political will to do the right thing, that we can achieve a strong, handle on the security situation in Nigeria. And I say that without missing words. Look at, we were talking about state police just now, and the Senate, I didn't want to go into the nitty-gritty of how that victory to third majority was secure. You know, the Senate itself, within the leadership, we are scared that that attempt to get the victory could be scuttled, you know, by some senators who may have been influenced, you know, from outside the chambers, who may not equally, who hold strongly against establishing laws that would empower state police in Nigeria. And yesterday, for the first time in a very long time, we saw technical glitches at the Senate chambers, making senators to vote manually in this very instance, that you would not hide under the, you know, technical panel and vote against that very bill. They wanted a total victory, and they were able to secure through manner voting a two-third majority, you know, passing the very bill to excel. Having said that, it speaks to the will of the Nigerian leadership to achieve what it says in mind on. Bringing us to this issue where a directive has been given, you know, to Nigerian banks for them to sanction, you know, and freeze assets of terrorism financiers. Very, on the surface, this is a very welcome development. But should it be happening now? These are the questions I want to ask. Why did it take us this long? You know, while we're talking about the US, you know, alerting us about the terrorist financiers and terrorist network that operates between Europe and West Africa, covering France, Turkey, and in Nigeria, we have Mukhtar Adamu Mohammed, a 35-year-old, who is neck deep in this very network, you know, moving funds for the ISIS and the rest of the terrorist network in and outside Nigeria. And then this man, he may surprise you, you know, owns 3 BDCs, 3 BD change. You know, these are the ones uncovered. We don't know about other ones that may be uncovered, operating within Lagos and Kano. Why did it take us till the US? We were able to mention him before we can say we've picked him up and start investigation. Bringing me to the fact that there has been existing laws in Nigeria that would not allow certain voluminous transaction in Nigeria. So why have the banks, through this mandate, been unable to file suspicion transaction report on his activities? These are the questions that we need to ask. Yes, and the banks need to come out categorically, tell us why this was able to pass through their, under their noses, without them being able to dictate his activities, perhaps because he operates a BDC in this very regard. But be that as it may, we have a Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. What has they been doing all this while for this man to be able to operate, run these operations, you know, for some time now, without being dictated, until the US are able to now tell us that, look at the network and give us names. And beyond this, there are other names that I mentioned that we're now beginning to have in our tray. And it gives me, you know, jolters to speak to the fact that there is, in the words of former retired General T.Y. Danjuma, that there is collusion in the insecurity that we face in Nigeria. And this collusion, though he speaks about this collusion within the military, but that collusion, for me, goes and goes deeper. Not just within the military, but even within the leadership, the political class, the financial sector. And I tell you, if one day we may have the opportunity to x-ray, you know, the situation, perhaps through a tele, and let everybody watch, you will see that the very people, some of the very people that we've entrusted, even with our safety, could be part of this network, of
yes,
terrorist financiers in Nigeria. And over time,
yeah, I mean, it is so sad that, because you mentioned the banks, I would say that the banks could be looking at it from a financial side where, okay, they are making a lot of transactions. And while now you have mentioned it, it just got to me that there has been an existing rule, like you said. So why were they not able to, you know, look into this? I will tell you, sometimes it's that success issue, success story that we could say that banks, oh, we're seeing this kind of money, someone transacting this amount of money in Nigeria, and we're like, okay, how much is it transacting? And we get the rule, we get the rules that you know, what tells us how much you should transact, what it should go, that we should suspect this particular account, but we're not suspecting it. Now, it gives, what I would say about the banks is that they may now be looking at it from a breakthrough story, or they would actually be aware, but till it is uncovered, that's when they would now take it up. And now, even till now, the banks are still silent.
You see, while even we are talking about banking, yes, they will be silent because there is a lot at stake, and this is where I expect sanction. Are you getting me? Because let me tell you, if an ordinary Nigerian, let me say if I credit your account with 50 million naira or 500 million naira, this very instant, that account will be frozen until you give clarification where the funding is coming from and what it's meant for. EFCC will invite you. If your account has not carried 20 million and I credit you with 20 million, before you get home, you receive a call. The account will be frozen. That's the alert you receive. You won't be able to transact in that account until you're able to do some documentation. And then EFCC may invite you to answer a question. Let them deny that if that's not the case. Having said that, the rules, when you look at the financial transaction rules in Nigeria, it mandates the banks to report such suspicious activities in the volume of transaction. Let me tell you, there's a kind of, irrespective of the establishment, there's a kind of fund that you take to the bank. By virtue of the law, they are mandated to report that on so-so date that you, so-so organization, made a transaction of so-so magnitude. So, I assume that this shouldn't be pleaded on negligence. And if negligence should be pleaded, it means that we are not doing due diligence. That begins to tell you on the positive side. Let's look at the corporate world. The amount leaving Nigeria, because we have a lot of foreign investments and interest in Nigeria. That means they will be able to move their profits out of Nigeria without reinvesting in the nation. Meaning that they will be milking the nation for profit and taking it away. And if you do not have an intelligence on this, then how do you start from a strong position to negotiate when you have foreign investors coming into the nation? So there are a whole lot of issues here. Like you rightfully said, until you cut funding, you may not be able to cut down on the terrorism index, where Nigeria stood as number 4 in the world, right as we speak. So, while we celebrate this uncovering, this achievement, is still more. This time for us to dig in, which is why I call on the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit to come out with more answers. Yes, we've been giving numbers beyond Mukhtar Damu Mohammed. There are still, 6 other individuals that's been named as 18th of this month, through our counterparts, the United States, who's been helping us uncover these names. There are still more. So there should be much more investigation. Leading me to ask, what is actually the role of the EFCC? Is it to go after the laptop boys? The situation we are in as a people is such that the EFCC for now may not have time for the young boys who carry laptop about. And then, I'm not condoning.
Yes.
But we are in a crisis situation.
And it has to
where we are seeing Bello Turji is now setting up military camp in our nation, conducting weapon training in Nigeria. What does that tell you? That he has access to resources. He has access to finances, meaning that he has acquired new equipment, perhaps, that his boys are unable to operate. And he's now in training them on how to handle this equipment. And if we're unable to check the funding and cut it off, then one day you will see that these men, and I am crying loudly now, are able to secure ground-to-air missile. Before Nigeria will be able to buy another Puma jet, you may see that these insurgents may be emboldened to order one for themselves, because you can get anything you need now from the black market. I won't be scared tomorrow if I know that you can source B2 bombers from the black market. Anything is possible now. And with the rate of insecurity in Nigeria, one should be able to ask boldly, why is it taking us this long? Which is why I keep speaking to the capacity and the willingness of our leaders when they want to act, to go into overdrive and see that beyond naming these individuals, they are prosecuted in the real terms of it, not where we begin to grant state pardons to people who has facilitated the killing, the maiming, the kidnapping, the assaults on our women, who has ensured that our children, as we speak, are in the bush, under the rain and the sun, that their parents are traumatized, where we do not have a cohesion, a policy arrangement on what our approach against terrorism is, where the federal government is busy prosecuting 150 and above, arresting and sentencing logistics suppliers to life imprisonment. Then in Medugri, we are reintegrating 750,000 repentant terrorists. Is that the way to go? So it leaves a lot to be desired in our approach against terrorism. And yes, one name has been mentioned. But I tell you, in this Adamu Muhammad, there are other 10 Adamu Muhammad. Should we continue to rely on the intelligence of foreign government for us to begin to have a Nigerian approach to solving an issue that is killing Nigerians? A lot of Nigerians are in IDP camp. Move from Benue, across Niger, even through our state capital. People are in IDPs. People can go to farm. People cannot go to their homes. And then I boldly ask, because when we discuss these things, it has a chain command. Yes, Mukta Adamu Muhammad is a facilitator, knowing how to, move the money, move naira to foreign currency and currency to naira and push it across. But beyond that, the northern governors met and they did advise that we stop mining for at least 6 months. And at that point in time, I wanted to ask, what is the correlation between the insecurity we are witnessing and mining? And I can tell you that why you and I, a lot of our friends, kids and kin, are in IDP camp in Benue, in Niger State, in Kaduna and other states, that the miners are still working as we speak. Yeah. In those villages that those in the IDP camp cannot go back to, more villages are being sacked. What does that tell you? That financial gain continues to be on the front burner. The likes of Mukta Muhammad will still have more available funds to launder.
Yes.
Because it has to deal with money laundering. And bringing us to the failure of the Financial Intelligence Unit, the EFCC and the likes of them. A number of times we will go after the politicians. Good. But if we could and cannot uncover the money laundering rings in Nigeria and prosecute them, then you may not begin to have a handle on insecurity in Nigeria. Beautiful as it is, we've created enabling ground by passing the bill at the national, and then is now in the hands of the subnational of the state assemblies to concur with the National Assembly. Beautiful as it is, there are things that need to come together for you to say at the end of the day that we're able to bring insecurity, terrorism, kidnapping, banditry, whatever nomenclature to the barest minimum. Yes, we will celebrate that we've uncovered the ICC rings, but there are still other rings that are yet to be uncovered.
Yes.
And which is why I will close by submitting that if we do not develop a Nigerian approach to combating this insurgency, terrorism that is happening in Nigeria, by coming down to sit down and look ourselves in the face and speak truth to one another, then we may not have a handle to curbing insecurity in Nigeria.
Yes. All right, we take a short break. We'll be right back with other updates. Stay with us. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. Now, let's take a look at frontlineafrica.com.ng. A headline there where Governor Bah to criminals. So you can run, but you can't hide. It says you can run, but you can't hide. This is from the governor of Enugu State, Dr. Petermbah, who has issued a strong warning to criminals, declaring that there will be no hiding place for those involved in criminal activities. The governor reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthen security, tracking down offenders, and maintaining peace across the state. The statement comes amid ongoing efforts to combat crime and reassure residents of the government's resolve to protect lives and property in Enugu State. This is from Dr. Petermbah, the governor of Enugu State, who has, responded to crime syndicate, that no matter what you do in Enugu, you can only run, but you can't hide. That means there's no place to harbor, criminals in Enugu. That Enugu is going to be eschewed of every atom of, crime here in the southeast. And this is also how he has been working towards other sectors. You would notice that in Enugu there's this recruitment before Oyo State and before the federal government had to introduce the forest guard. There in the southwest there's Amutekun and the rest of them, but here in Enugu has forest guards. Enugu started the forest guard game years ago, where you have those, not just the police, but those recruited specially to man and watch the borders across the forest. So I would tell you that Enugu too has some advanced security networks, which has really helped to curb crimes in Enugu. And I would say kudos to the Commissioner of Police and kudos to the Commissioner of Police in Enugu State, who has seen that he tracks down this crime syndicate and bring crime to the barest minimum. And having Dr. Petermbah say this, the governor of Enugu State, would mean that he would take action, a lot of action against those who involve themselves in crime. He say you can run, but you cannot hide. That means there's no place for crime in Enugu. And we're going to see this happen, and we are expecting more from him in the security aspect. While we have seen the establishment of DRS at his time as a governor, at this time as a governor, we've seen the establishment of DRS. We've seen the improvement of welfare of the police, even in collaboration with Mr. Olatunji that's talking about the Inspector General of Police. We have also seen that there has been this improvement in Enugu in security, and we are expecting that, as Dr. Petermbah has said this, that there will be actions everywhere and there will be more recruitment in the security architecture of Enugu.
Yeah, you put it quite clear. When I saw this headline and begin to look back, into this administration in Enugu State, there is one obvious fact for which every citizen of Enugu State, the indigenous of Enugu State that I've interviewed and interacted with, and everyone who is resident in Enugu State, it is to the fact that the state is better secure than it was in the past. And the governor does not hide his intention and capacity, when it comes to security building. And that is signified from the manner they were able to handle issues about, let's talk about sit at home. When people cannot and couldn't move about freely, they tackled it heads on. Beyond that, he has shown the willingness and capacity, to do the needful when it comes to security. And over time, Enugu State is, praised as one of the most secure states in Nigeria. You remember quite well about the Lion Building, where they have the command and control center, where they can monitor every activity within the looks and cranny of Enugu State. In that, it takes a governor who is intentional about what he intends to achieve security-wise to ensure that his state is adequately fortified and protected against the security situation that the nation has found itself in. And above that, I heard you mention the issue of the DSSR. When you travel and traverse every part of Enugu State, you will see them packed in a corner, monitoring, surveilling, without the usual disturbance that the police is known for in Nigeria. They brought a little bit of civility in this very engagement. So to that effect, one cannot but sing his praises of his administration in Enugu State. Beyond that, you saw that he was one of the first those at the subnational level to equip the forest guards, give them training and then unleash them to secure the forest within the state. Having said that, the governor has publicly, while receiving the IG of police, made this statement while commissioning a DNA center and criminal investigation center that is built in partnership with Godfrey Okoye University, in this very regard, telling criminals that there is no hiding place for them, that they have now developed the capacity not just to track, but to preempt crimes before they occur. And this is lullaby, it's so sweet to hear that you have a government at the subnational that caters to the safety of its people by developing the capacity to preempt crime. Is one aspect. And in this climb, when you study security situation, especially in Nigeria, you will see that our approach to security, to policing, when it comes to crime, is always reactionary. We've never been, want to be proactive. Yes. And in this instance, the governor is speaking to proactiveness. And we've seen this in the things you've mentioned, like the DSSR, the forest guards, and is one nation, one state rather, that where they can beat their chest and tell you that they acquired drones to survey and monitor, the state and the surroundings. So it speaks for itself. When we speak about these things, it's because we could see them. People could attest to it. And in the city, people go about their businesses. And I remember quite well the account, of when the Nigerian Bar Association held their conference in Enugu, we saw briefly testimonies coming out from the lawyers that visited the state. So this thing speaks for itself. And the governor coming out to make this statement continues to reassure not just the citizens, but to deter criminals to move away from the state. I wish that this same lullaby could be heard across all the states in Nigeria. If every state in Nigeria should have this measure of control security-wise, I tell you, our situation could be lessened security-wise. And in this regard, I do not, unreservedly, I praise the governor for his exploits security-wise. The first encounter I had with people from this administration, I felt they were singing the praises as always, those who find themselves near the corridors of power would do. But I took time to ask questions, look out, and one could attest to the fact that, yes, the state seems more safer than most states in Nigeria. And to that, I will continue to praise the governor, irrespective of the fact that there are things I may not agree with in total. But when it comes to security, I give kudos to the governor. He is intentional and he knows where he is driving to. When we may not concede the other grants to him, one thing I know, that is the detractors, his opponents, and those who do not agree to every of his action, they agree to the fact that he's done well security-wise.
Yes, he's actually done well security-wise. Now let's take a look at the Punch. A headline in the Punch where we have wike Turaki camps roll out parallel PDP candidates. You have a fresh crisis has emerged within the People's Democratic Party as camps loyal to Nyesom Wike and Babangida Ali reportedly backed separate candidates for key party positions. The development highlights deepening internal divisions within the party and raises concern about party unity ahead of future elections. This is concerning the issue that has been trending for up to getting to a year now where you have two parties still. Imagine the factions, coming out from PDP, two factions coming out from PDP, the faction of Mr. Nyesom Wike and Abdurrahman, and also the faction of Turaki. These two factions have been, having that, they have been moving, and right now they have rolled out their presidential candidates, each of them claiming that they are the real recognized political faction in PDP. But we're going to see what happens when the court rules. And then secondly is that there could be more court cases, which will bring us to the third issue that weaken the democracy and the matters that will be happening within PDP. So we're going to see what happens at the end of the day, and it's going to be something that we have seen. And this is where we wrap it up on this edition of Newspaper Review. Yes, it is where we are wrapping it up on this edition of Newspaper Review. I must tell you for a fact, it has been a time that we've had together, and I hope that, I don't know the updates you expected to see, I don't know the updates you have expected to see, but just go to our YouTube and see, and then also get to your nearest newspaper vendor and catch the full details. Get a physical copy and also catch the full details online.
Yes, and that's quite apt. You can catch the full details online and keep watching Aneke TV for in-depth details as other programs come on. You continue to get informed and stay ahead.
Yeah, stay ahead. And this is also where we're calling it a wrap on this edition of Sunrise. Thank you very much for watching. Has always been a pleasure. I am Good Hope Chukuma.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us here on Sunrise, we'll say thank you for watching. And keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity. Hello and welcome to our Vox Pop segment on Aneke TV, where we engage residents on issues affecting daily life and development. Today we are speaking to residents about electricity supply and how it affects homes, businesses and other daily activities, from small business owners to students and workers. Many people say stable electricity remains essential to productivity and quality of life. We went out to hear their experiences and concerns.
To be honest, electricity supply has been very sporadic, to say the least. It's been somehow bad, it's been somehow good. These days we're having our exams for the past few weeks, and it has been really tough trying to like mix, because I usually read in the night. It has been really tough trying to mix in the reading at night, and I'm literally burning candle. Like it's very funny. But yeah, the electricity has not been so good, and it needs to change.
There's been a little slight of change, considering where I'm coming from, where I used to stay, where I stay currently. The electricity supply was, normal. Was, the normal coming and going, but we're usually having sufficient electricity. But until recently, just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think it's a problem. We've not had electricity for about close to 3 weeks now, and it's not been funny. You can't do anything. The cost of fuel is high. And then the only alternative source of power is maybe generator or solar, and then you have to have sufficient solar energy to be able to power anything. So it's been difficult. But apart from that, I think if it's fixed, as has been promised that it will be fixed soon. I saw a news where there was an advert that the whole state, that the whole light is going to go off so that they can fix my particular area, that area that I stay. So that's when I noticed that it was particular to my area, that it's not something that has to do with everybody. So I'm optimistic that we'll fix it so that we can return back to status quo. It's not as though that the former one was, cream de la cream, but at least it was sufficient enough.
Electricity supply in my area is quite erratic, in the sense that there is not too much supply of electricity there, and it has a lot of impacts both in the businesses around there and impact on us as students. We rarely see the light to read and prepare for our exams, and it's a very important factor for us as students. So that's very bad for us as students. The weather is actually very hot now, so people need cold water, cool drinks, and not having that around actually slows down business for people too.
Electricity supply in my area has been quite inconsistent, in the sense that they bring the lights, let me say a day, they bring it like, let me say, close to 10 hours a day out of 24 hours in a day, and I'm a student. I need lights to charge my phones to read, and to read in the night also, in case my rechargeable dies. So it has not been fully of great advantage to my daily life. It has affected my activity because I'm a night reader basically, but now I have to shift my night reading to afternoon and morning reading so that the normal daylight would help me.
Electricity remains a major factor in economic growth and everyday living. The opinions shared by residents today reflect the challenges many people can continue to face and the importance of improving power supply in Enugu and across Nigeria. Thank you for watching. I am Sharon Ochi, Aneke TV.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising, and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. INEC has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy, determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you a bit of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we'll take a deep dive into the 3 years of this administration, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, and we are asking a question that goes to the very heart of our democracy. Has this government deepened democratic governance or merely survived on the weight of power and the burden of promises? From the ballot boxes to the cost of living, from insecurity to public trust, we are asking the hard questions. Yes, 3 years into the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigerians are asking a question that goes to the very heart of our democracy. Has this government really deepened democratic governance or merely survived on the weight of power and the burden of promises? From the ballot box to the cost of living, from insecurity to public trust, the report card before us is not just about policy, it is about the health of other public itself. Today on Tinubu's democracy report card, assessing the last 3 years, we are not interested in slogans or applause lines or political excuses. We are asking the hard questions. Has democracy become more responsive to the people? Has accountability improved? Have institutions grown stronger, or have citizens been left with more hardship, more anxiety, and less confidence in the system? To help us make sense of all this, we are joined by Chief Barrister Amos Obundaya Okoro, a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst, to examine the scorecard, the gains, the failings, and what these 3 years truly mean for Nigeria's democratic future. Chief, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
My pleasure too.
All right, Chief, as we take a deep dive into, Tinubu democracy report card, assessing the last 3 years of this administration. First of all, let me get your assessment of what this 3 years has been.
Okay. An X-ray of the 3 years of Tinubu's administration exposes two divided lines, two parallel lines between aggressive macroeconomic reforms and the reality of economic depression and hardship it has brought on the people. So for us to do a realistic review of the 3 years of Tinubu's administration, we have to consider this scorecard against the backdrop of 5 critical sectors, which is economy, infrastructure, insecurity, education, and debt profile. We look at these 5 sectors, and then we do what we call dialectical prognosis in clinical medicine as to show where we are going as a nation if we continue on this trajectory. Now, if you take the economy, Tinubu started his administration in May 29, 2023 on 2 macroeconomic reform of removal of petroleum subsidy, and then unifying the foreign exchange windows of the economy. This reform has the positive and negative sides. We'll take the positive first. The positive is that it removed the economic distortion or disparity between 2 foreign exchange lines, a situation where some privileged few go to the bank or central bank and get a highly subsidized foreign exchange, while the rest of Nigeria goes to the general market to get it at a different price. And that gave birth to the concept of round tripping. When people simply go to bank and buy foreign exchange at a reduced price under the guise of traveling abroad, they will just go to the black market and sell it off and make their money. Remain in their house, 3 months they go back, buy further foreign exchange. That is round tripping. And that induced a lot of economic distortion in the economy, causing disparity and making people undeservedly rich without working hard. So that is a basic positive achievement of this aggressive economic reform, unifying these foreign exchange windows. Another advantage is that the Nigerian Stock Exchange gained strength, the highest in recent times. If you look at the market indicators in the foreign exchange and the all share index, you see that it's all-time high. That's another advantage. So there's investors' confidence now, which they can key into to invest in the Nigerian Stock Exchange. And many other public quoted companies are coming in to get quoted in the Nigerian Stock Exchange. So the heightened increase in these monetary factors is one of another advantage. Another advantage is that it has put more money in the hands of state governments and local governments, so that the allocation that goes to these two strata of government have heightened, unlike before. So they have more money at their disposal now to carry out their campaign promises to their people. Now that is the positive side. Now the negative side of this macroeconomic reforms of the administration is that it induced unprecedented shock and depression in the system. Nigerians were thrown into confusion. Nigerians were thrown into unbearable suffering and hardship. In fact, the World Bank has released a report that these economic reforms have thrown 189 Nigerians into poverty. 189 Nigerians. A country of about 200 million people. 189 have been thrown into poverty.
189 million?
189 million Nigerians have been thrown into poverty because of this. Because with these economic reforms came hyperinflation. Hyperinflation is different from inflation. Hyperinflation, uncontrollable inflation. That basic things that citizens ordinarily could afford can no more be afforded. It has raised the cost of goods and services. It has raised the cost of transportation. Because when you remove the fuel subsidy and the fuel prices are now subjected to market forces, there's a spiral consequence everywhere. You buy fuel for 1,500, 1,600. The transporters take it on the commuters. And by taking goods and services from one place to another at high cost, these high costs are passed on to the final consumers. So it makes it very difficult for Nigerians to make a living. And many Nigerians today are now feeding from the dustbin. They go to the refuse bin to see what they can get to feed their family. Now, the resultant consequence is also that parents can no more send their children to school, and they pass the burden to the children, who now go hawking across the streets, carrying goods they sell when they should be in school. and they return with this money, and the family is fed by it. So that's a negative consequence of embarking on this kind of aggressive macroeconomic reforms without understanding the socioeconomic situation of Nigeria and coming up with some subsidy or some palliatives that could cushion the effect of this aggressive. Another negative form, like I said, more money has been put into the hands of state governments and local governments. But we have not seen a reflection of this increased income along these two strata of government. We have not seen the increase. The state governments and local governments are not doing anything differently, except in states like Enugu, Abia, and Lagos. That's where you see great improvement in government service to the people. You can see it if you come to Enugu State. You can see massive road construction across the streets, even the neighborhoods that are never remembered by government. If you go to Emene, if you go to Abakpa. The same in Umuahia. In Lagos State, you see local government building hospitals for their people. But in general, in most of the cases, in most of the states, what the governors do is that once this money arrives, they convert it to dollars and store it away for the next election. The same with local government chairmen. They take this money to the governor, because for you to move from that local government chairmanship to the National Assembly, for instance, you know, these days we see local government chairmen going straight to the Senate, prepared by their governor. For you to do that, you have to play the good boy by taking these resources that you should use to serve the people to the governor, so that you be a good boy. So, the reality of this more money into the hands of governors and local governments, the money are stolen and diverted to other private uses. If government had designed a way of harnessing this money and putting it into a trust fund to attack and tackle critical sectors of the economy, like power supply. The issue of public power supply in Nigeria has been intractable. If the extra money we have made from removal of petroleum subsidy were harnessed together and deployed to an agency or commission to just look critically into the issue of incessant collapse of our national grid, or to look critically into power supply and develop technical framework for a sustainable power supply in Nigeria, that could have been a very notable achievement of this administration. But by giving this money back to the government of the state and local government, whom I consider as political vampires, the money is dissipated and not much trickles down to the people of Nigeria. Now, that is about the economy. Now, we go to the infrastructure. The present government is doing so much in infrastructural rejuvenation. Gigantic, marvelous new initiatives, especially in road construction and railway construction. You take the example of Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, the Sokoto-Badagry Superhighway. These are huge projects that take trillions of naira. Now, the positive effect is that Nigeria now, the government is bridging the gap between these extreme divides of the nation. You know, traveling from Sokoto to Badagry will take almost 2 days ordinarily, given the present infrastructure we have. But by this highway, you can do it in hours. Going from Lagos to Calabar by coastal highway, you can do it in hours. So, that is a great initiative. But the downside is that by embarking on these highly ambitious projects, the government is neglecting another sector of the road infrastructure.
Which is?
That is the city roads, the intercity roads, which are in very bad state of decay. Because the whole money is being taken up by these highly ambitious projects, the coastal highways, the super highways. We still have the interstate highways in very deplorable condition. You cannot travel from Lagos to Benin, for instance, or from Enugu to Onitsha, for instance, on a good road. Critics are saying that the government should have paid more attention to revamping existing infrastructure, road infrastructure, interstate infrastructure, intracity infrastructure. And this is where I commend the Governor Mbafo of Anambra State, of Enugu State. He has done so much in road infrastructure within the city. Places like Emene, Abakpa, Okonano, and the rest of them, and he's still working. Areas where people never expected government to give attention, he is giving attention. That is good. The same thing in Abia State. The Abia State government is opening new roads and revamping existing ones. The government has also done something about internal roads. I will not forget to mention the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway, which largely, let me say 60%, has been renovated. And you can now travel from Aba to Enugu, or to Port Harcourt, or from Enugu to Port Harcourt on a fairly good road. At least one lane has been completed. The other lane is still begging for attention. That is good. So, but overall, the government is doing well in infrastructure, especially road infrastructure, and the rail network that is coming with it. But of course, critics are observing that a place like Southeast is not taken into account in this new, these ambitious highway projects and the railway projects. And that's a minus for the administration, because this has to do with distribution of public resources, public amenities, and it has to touch every segment, every component unit of the federation. Southeast is a basic component unit. In fact, a tripod on which Nigerian Federation rests, and should not be sidelined or neglected in any government project whatsoever. Just like Northeast, just like Northwest, there should be equitable distribution of these resources to restore the confidence of people in government.
Right, Chief.
Yes.
Just to cut in a bit, two quick issues. Speaking to the reforms, we are told that these are necessary reforms that must take place for us to be able to reset the economy of the nation moving forward. And they are maybe, it may be painful, but they were necessary to undertake. And again, my question now is, on the ground of these necessary reforms with the associated pains, for example, the removal of subsidy has made more funds available, which, to excuse of the government at the center, has said that they've made more funds available at the subnational level. The question now is, where do we lay the blame? Is it at the federal that has made more funds available to the subnational, which should be closer to the people in this instance to alleviate the pains associated with these reforms?
We blame the national. We blame the federal government, because they are the ones giving the money. They are the ones that are formulating policies. They are the ones that started the policy of removing fuel subsidy. And before doing that, they should have thought about how to harness the benefit of that subsidy removal. They didn't do good thinking. And that is why somebody like us, we fought the removal of subsidy on the day of handover, May 29. We would have loved President Tinubu to take his time, make consultation in a week or two, and fashion out ways to harness the dividend of this fuel subsidy removal. Critical thinking could have led government to a better conclusion or a better policy formulation. To harness this money, look at what Abacha did with PTF, Petroleum Trust Fund. That is critical thinking. That is good thinking by Abacha administration. Under Abacha administration, there was a windfall. And what did he do? He moved this money to a Petroleum Trust Fund. appointed an administrator of this fund and gave them terms of reference. And they intervened in critical areas of government, of the economy. Road infrastructure, rehabilitation of schools, rehabilitation of hospitals, furnishing of hospitals, funding hospitals, getting our hospitals equipped with drugs and equipment. That was what PTF did. That is the way government can deploy resources for the benefit of the people. You don't hand over resources to vampires. They call state governors, local government chairmen. No,
that may be too,
because
that may be too harsh.
Well, it doesn't matter. This is a frank talk, and I talk frankly. Democracy comes with accountability. You have to be accountable with your actions in government. When the federal government releases this money to state governments and local governments, what measures did they take in place? Did they put in place to monitor them, to monitor the use of this money? There's no such measure. EFCC, ICPC, they are overburdened by the functions that we are left with them. But the money you give the government, how do you trace it? How is it spent? Go to many states today. Nothing is happening there. No improvement whatsoever. There is no primary health care. People cannot access hospitals. There is no primary health care whatsoever. There is no school. The schools are in dilapidated situation across the states. The road networks, zero. And then you have more money to play with. What are they doing with the money? And what is the federal government doing about they are not using this money for the benefit of the people? They store the money up because a governor that is doing his second term wants to go to the Senate. So he keeps the money that is meant for the people so that he uses it to fight tooth and nail to get to the Senate. A governor that wants a second term keeps the money in dollars and use it to run the primary election and make sure that he not only gets the second term ticket, but that all his proxies and cronies are also taken to the House of Assembly and some sent to the National Assembly. Is that the way to deploy public resources? So I fault the federal government for not doing good thinking about harnessing the windfall the removal of public petroleum subsidy has brought to government. They did not manage it well because they didn't think properly about this policy of removal of subsidy. If you remove subsidy, what are you going to do with the money? If you give it to governors, will they not misapply this money? We don't know divide the money. Will they not treat it like they have been treating federal allocations? Many states are owing pensioners. Many states are owing workers, even with the increased money that is going to them. So how do you justify governors that have not shown cause why more money should be given to them? You see, it is this idea that to whom more is given, more is expected. And then you give more money to governors, and they don't do anything. Even to tackle insecurity in their areas, they cannot. They wait for the federal government. So that is the antithesis of this economic reform. It's good on paper, but the end result has brought us to this untold hardship that we're expressing today. And all eyes are pointing on the federal government, not on the states, because they know the people of Nigeria feel the federal government should have done better by following the example of PTF to harness this money and put into a trust fund and begin to tackle critical areas of the economy and get them solved, so that as we are speaking today, we'll be praising the Tinubu administration for solving the electricity problem. By the way, what is even in that electricity problem? Even if it means bringing expatriates from Egypt, from Tunisia, or even from Ghana, bring them and get this thing solved. All these bureaucratic bottlenecks we have in our power ministry, remove them. Get a dedicated commission to tackle this electricity problem once and for all, and deploy the resources there, and monitor them. and this problem will be solved.
But in fairness,
this was not done.
But in fairness to the administration, they've given a time frame with which the light issue may be solved.
We can no more be deceived. You see, they are given a time frame now because they are looking at second term. When he was running for president, Tinubu said that he was coming to fix the electricity problem. And he said, and it's on record, if I do not give you constant electricity, do not vote me for second term. You see not what he said? Now he has not even done anything. He has not made any effort about the electricity. He's busy living the big life. He's busy living the big life. Buying presidential yachts, buying presidential fleets, ignoring the basic things. And now another election has come. He has just remembered that he has not done anything about electricity. He's now giving us time framework. He can't do anything. This is 3 years. This is 3 years. He has no clue whatsoever how to solve the electricity problem. He's not even going to that. Because we are waiting for him to know exactly what he's coming to campaign with. Is he coming to tell us now that he has a time frame? Which time frame? Is the time frame going to be within the 4 years we have given you? Unless if he's going to solve this problem in the next 1 year, before May 2027 election, before he can win public confidence. But you cannot give us time frame beyond 2027 election. No, because you are categorical. And when I don't even see why our people, politicians, they use public facilities that we should take for granted, other countries take for granted for campaign. I will give you good road. I will give you good hospital. I will solve electricity problem. These are things taken for granted in other countries. Go to Cotonou here, Benin Republic. Go to Togo. Go to Ghana. They have constant power supply. Why can't we have it in Nigeria?
Chief, towing your line of conversation, let me ask explicitly on the economy. It said that the GDP is growing. And then when you looked at the foreign exchange, you did give credit to the administration in the fact that they've unified, and then taken away the arbitrage that is witnessed and seen in the foreign exchange aspect of the economy, that they inherited from the previous administration. So my question in this instance, don't you agree that the consolidation, in the area of the GDP growth that we're witnessing is one that we should commend this administration for?
Consolidation in the GDP.
The GDP is growing.
That is economic promise. We are talking about macroeconomic reforms, and we are talking about some of the positive indications in the economy. And then on the parallel side, we said there is still depression in the economy. People are still suffering. And there cannot be any reform with an attendant excruciating pain and suffering of the people. The government has no plan how to cushion this suffering. Yes.
When we talk about the economy that was, being consolidated by this administration, the economy...
To explain their failures. Dangote founded a private refinery. We have public refineries in Nigeria, which we have been battling with since 1999. Successive governments will say we are going to reform the economies will be depleted at a maximum capacity. And the whole 8 years will go, that government will not do anything about refinery. And the billions upon billions of naira is pumped into revamping our economy. And this money disappears. And nothing is done. They give us time frame when the economy, this facility will start working. The time frame will come, it will not work. And then the next administration will come and promise us that refineries will work. And then we'll go round and round in a cycle. See, the Dangote saw the need in this direction, and he founded the largest refinery in Africa. Just for NM still in that quagmire. So if there had been a foundation, the foreign exchange, the cost of dollar, the devaluation of the naira continues to be intractable because the foreign exchange is tilted towards importation, not exportation. And as long as we do not export to earn enough of this foreign exchange, we will continue to be where we are.
We will continue to be where we
We
are.
we will continue to be where we are because we don't appear to know what we are doing. How can we be import dependent, even at this age of our democratic journey? What has the government done to encourage domestic production? We have a lot of arable land across the north, even in the south. What are we doing about this arable land? We're not cultivating them. Everybody waits for government. Everybody waits for government. In the First Republic, we had farm settlements. We had farm settlements. In the eastern Nigeria, in western Nigeria, in northern Nigeria, we had farm settlements. People were at these settlements with palm oil as our export. The north had their granite oil, their granite as export. The west had cocoa as export. And that was why in the First Republic, in the eastern Nigeria was the fastest growing economy in the world. Then what happened? What happened? The military came, and Nigeria now was divided along tribal and religious lines. And since then, we have not recovered. We have not got a government that will redirect us to this life of productivity. We have not. We have not got a government that will take us to reviving these agricultural settlements, to make, at least to make us self-reliant in agriculture. We have local automobile producing companies locally. No, government is not patronizing them. They manufacture this automobile and export to other countries. But we are not patronizing our own. Go to South Africa. The vehicles they are driving in South Africa are vehicles made in South Africa. I was in South Africa in 2001, in 2001. I really saw Mercedes and Toyota, Honda. All I saw was made in South African products. And they were giving citizens at very good rebate. You come, you don't have to pay cash for everything. You take a vehicle, be driving the vehicle, and be paying according to, it will be tailored according to your need, you know, and according to your monthly income. So that is how a country is run. We have to run this country in such a way as it will survive. Let the government cut down on their expenses. Because as we talk now, we are earning little in foreign exchange, and the little we are earning, government is using it to live a grandiose life.
Chief, on that note,
government has to cut down on expenses and make citizens get to work so that everybody has to produce something. Like in India, like in South Korea, like in Malaysia, like in Singapore. Everybody has to produce something. Not everybody flocks into local government because the local government chairman is around, because they're expecting a handout. Everybody has to get to work and produce something.
All right, Chief. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll look at the security sector. Please stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the broad mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose house is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and we'll be speaking with Chief Barrister Amos Ogbonnaya Okoro, who is a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst, helping us dissect the 3 years in office of this administration. Chief, so far it's been a pleasure speaking with you. However, let's migrate a bit, to take stock on the security aspect in these last 3 years. Let me get your perception.
Yes. We have a global terrorism index ranked Nigeria the 3rd most terrorized country in the world under Goodluck Jonathan administration. Under Buhari administration, we were ranked 6th in global terrorism index. That showed some improvement. And what engendered that improvement was the duplication of the terrorist groups in Nigeria, who distracted the Boko Haram. Under Jonathan, it was Boko Haram that was brought about by politicians to discredit his government. Now, when he was scared away and Buhari took over, he had this problem of dealing with the problem he created. So he had the challenge of dealing with the problem he created. So he started dislodging the stronghold of these Boko Haram terrorists. Then, later in the second term, there came other terror groups, the ISIS, the ISWAP, who now started struggling for space with the Boko Haram. And so we see that intergroup fights broke out, and that distracted them from the original purpose of destabilizing the polity, sacking villages and destroying the people. So for that, there was like a law in the terrorism index. We now improved from 3rd most terrorized country to the 6th most terrorized country. Now, under Tinubu's administration, security has worsened, and we are now on the 4th in the global terrorism index. We are now the 4th most terrorized country. And it is speculated that if we continue like this, by December, we'll go back to 3rd, like we were under Jonathan. Now, what is the cause of this problem? Terrorism in Nigeria is political.
It's political.
Political. It was politicians that brought terror groups from the Sahel to dislodge Jonathan administration, because they felt Jonathan was occupying the space meant for the North. Remember, the South had done 8 years under Obasanjo. It was the turn of the North to do 8 years under Yar'Adua. After 2 years, Yar'Adua died in 2009, and Jonathan took over, finished the 2 years of Yar'Adua. 2011, he contested for his own term now, and won in 2011. And all hell broke loose. All hell broke loose in the North when they were campaigning that Jonathan should not run for second term in 2015. Somebody like Buhari came on public media to say he has been running. He's a serial runner, contestant, 2003, 2007, 2011, and he kept failing. He said if he failed in 2015, the monkey and the baboon will soak themselves in blood. Nigeria ignored that threat. So, before we know it, he in cahoot with other political, northern politicians, opened our borders for all manner of people with dangerous weapons to move into Nigeria to dislodge the presidency after in 2015, if he had won. Jonathan saw the handwriting on the wall and abdicated the office to him. He became the president, and it was a problem for him to clear the mess. El-Rufai gave us some of the bits and pieces of this news. And it was a problem how to settle these people they brought into Nigeria to dislodge the government of Jonathan. They went into the bushes, and then the kidnapping started. Now, most other politicians have joined in the kidnapping racket because they see it as a thriving industry. And I am telling the government of Nigeria today that the federal government, the state government, they are responsible for the terrorism in Nigeria.
How is that?
How they are responsible is that instead of engaging these terrorists head on, we have the army. The army is strong enough to engage these people, to take them out. They kidnap our children, and you pay them ransom. How do you pay them ransom? If you pay them ransom, you are funding the terrorism.
At the detriment of the children that
At
are
the detriment of Nigerian citizens. Because if you look at these people that are doing the kidnapping, this ragtag army that are destroying everywhere, villages, they look malnourished. They don't look fit. They don't look good. Where does the money we pay, 100 million, 150, 200, 300 million in ransom go to? It goes to their sponsors. Now, this money goes to them. They use it to buy more arms and fund more of this terrorist operation. Nigeria should map out a definite strategy to take these people out. And one tragedy that came under Buhari administration is this idea of rebranding these terrorists who have killed our soldiers, who have killed our people, who have tormented our villagers. You rebrand them and say they have repented, and you integrate them to the army, thereby compromising the integrity of our armed forces. What we expected the Tinubu administration to do was to weed out these terrorists that they say had rebranded. It was when they were incorporated into the army that we started hearing about ambush. Our soldiers going on operation, they are ambushed on the way. It's because of leakage of intelligence. So we have to clean out these people. If you have to integrate them into society, for all good and fine. It doesn't have to be in our armed forces. Our armed forces is the army is the last line of defense of any country. So you don't infiltrate it with people who are not even Nigerians, and you infiltrate them and say you have rebranded them. And this present administration is also continuing in that trajectory. I saw visuals of some people who were dressed in agbada and is it yellow or blue headgear, and they say they are former terrorists and they've been rebranded. They are going to be integrated into society. They may be integrated in society, no problem. Let them learn skill acquisition, but not to get them into the army. It compromises the integrity of our army. So now we are at the fourth. We have ranked fourth in global terrorism index, and now I'm calling on the federal government of Nigeria to develop a better strategy. Right. We already know those who are sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. We know them. The list has been published, even by South Africa under Buhari. Why are we not dealing with these people? We know them. Government knows them. Al-Rufai says government knows them. Sheikh Gumi says government knows every one of them. And as he goes each time to negotiate with them, he is talking or working for government. Government knows them. Government knows where they are. Abacha said that if terrorism or any form of insurrection should last more than 24 hours, there's a government hand in it. Abacha knew what he was saying. He was a military general, and he was a commander-in-chief of Nigerian army. Can this thing happen under Abacha? Can this thing happen under Babangida?
All right, Chief.
So the problem is with the government. And that is because they have failed to deal with the problem headlong. And it continues to fester.
All right, Chief. Bringing all this together, what is the, single most important questions Nigerians should be asking about the Tinubu's first 3 years in office?
The questions they will be asking. Two basic questions. It's not even up to three. Just two. What are you doing about the electricity you promised us? Because it is electricity that drives macroeconomic organs of any economy. The medium, the small, and the macro enterprises. It is electricity. The small people that have shops in the street, the tailors, the artisans, they need electricity to work. Now, when they have to depend on generator, and still buy fuel at 1,600, what happens to the output? You see? Electricity. What happens to the electricity you promised us you deliver to Nigeria? That is one critical question we are asking Tinubu. Secondly, what are you doing about insecurity? Are you telling us that this ragtag militia group, they are stronger than our army? A country that has Air Force, Navy, Army, civil defense, this defense, that defense. Then the terrorists will go to a school in Obomosho and pick primary school puppies and take to the forest. And then it will take government more than 2 weeks to find their location. What happened to area surveillance? What happened to drones? The new technological devices that nations are using today in warfare. What happens to them? What happens to the billions of naira we budget in defense? Adam Shoshomole had just said in the floor of the Senate that the Senate should probe military expenditure. The money budgeted for Nigerian defense, the defense ministry. And he was shouted down at the floor of the... Why was that motion rejected by the Senate? If we have a serious Senate.
All right.
The Senate is supposed to be check and balance about how public expenditure is done. But they threw away that proposal to investigate how budget... Because there are allegations that generals share this money. And those on the field have cried out repeatedly that they don't have enough weapons to fight these people. Why can't we investigate what is happening to the budget we have given to defense?
All right, Chief, quickly, we are running out of time. The question is, looking ahead, what must change in the remaining years for us to, judge this presidency as being successful?
It is not too late to stop the bleeding. The money federal government gives the state, which is the windfall from the removal of subsidy, is bleeding. I call it bleeding because it is money lost. Get a trust fund and get this money from removal of petroleum subsidy into a trust fund. You can do it between now and December this year, and there will be a result. Get expatriates to have a panoramic view of our power infrastructure and see how they can put a stop to the incessant collapse of national grid, and then how they can generate more power for Nigerians. Generation, distribution. 200 million people in one country. South Africa, 80 million people. But they have 50,000 megawatts of electricity they generate. We are struggling with 4,000. 200 million people. What is the magic? Go to South Africa, bring them, pay the money, let them fix it for Nigeria. Forget all these bureaucrats. They are the people holding us down in this country. Forget about them, do the right thing, and then your second term is guaranteed.
Okay, Chief, I'm getting signal. We're almost out of time, but quickly, just in one sentence, if you were advising the president right now, what one policy correction would you insist on immediately?
PTF. Take an example of PDF under Abacha. Get a trust fund. Put all our money there. Tackle just one thing. One, electricity. Tackle just one, electricity. And then do something about insecurity. Allow our army to work. If the chief of defense staff is not working, remove him. If the chief of army staff is not working, remove him. And then, is it not chief of the staff that said that there is prodigal sons? They are not our prodigal son. Maybe they are his prodigal son.
Chief, on that note, that's where we'll draw the curtain today on the A-site. And you've been speaking with Chief Barrister Amos Obunnaya Okoro, who is a legal practitioner and a public affairs analyst, helping us to, debone and deconstruct issues around Tinubu Democracy Report Card, assessing the last 3 years in office. Let us know what you feel about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag #TheInsight, all at Aneke on our social media handles. To come your way, same time tomorrow, I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Town hall meetings remain a central instrument of participatory governance, strengthening accountability and rebuilding trust between leaders and citizens. In democratic theory, particularly deliberative democracy, habemas, and participatory democracy, Pateman, governance legitimacy is sustained not only through elections, but through continuous public dialogue. Globally, town halls have improved policy legitimacy and reduced governance distance. In the United States, they are used to directly test legislative accountability. In Brazil, participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre reshaped public spending priorities through citizen input, while Rwanda's structured community dialogue systems strengthen performance monitoring at local levels. In Nigeria, the practice has gained visible but uneven traction, with notable examples at both state and federal levels. In Lagos State, under former Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, structured public engagements around infrastructure projects such as transport reform and urban renewal helped improve policy acceptance, particularly during major reforms like BRT expansion and environmental sanitation enforcement. Similarly, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has institutionalized town hall style engagements through community stakeholder meetings and sector-specific dialogues, especially around transportation, security, and urban development projects. These platforms have helped manage public expectations around large-scale infrastructure disruptions while improving feedback loops on service delivery. In Enugu State, under Governor petermbah, town hall engagement has been embedded into a broader governance communication strategy tied to ongoing structural reforms. Public interaction sessions linked to transport modernization, smart school implementation, and healthcare expansion have helped reinforce citizen awareness of policy direction and state priorities. However, analysts argue that these engagements must move beyond presentation formats into structured accountability forums where citizens can directly interrogate performance indicators and budget outcomes. From a theoretical standpoint, town halls align strongly with social contract theory, Locke and Rosal, which holds that government authority is valid only when continuously justified before the governed. They also reflect accountability theory in public administration, which emphasizes transparency, responsiveness, and feedback-driven governance. For Nigeria, the need is urgent. Rising public distrust, economic hardship, and insecurity demand deepen civic engagement beyond election cycles. Town halls provide a practical mechanism to reduce misinformation, address grievances early, and improve policy ownership. Experts stress that Nigerian leaders must institutionalize town halls as a governance requirement, not political events, ensuring they are regular, structured, documented, and tied to measurable policy outcomes. Ultimately, sustained town hall governance is no longer optional. It is a democratic necessity for rebuilding trust, improving service delivery, and strengthening the fragile bond between the Nigerian state and its citizens.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukwuma. Headlines. Over 100 stranded Nigerians have been evacuated from South Africa and received in Lagos following renewed xenophobic attacks. Enugu State Governor has declared a crackdown on crime after inaugurating a DNA forensics and Criminal Investigation Center. Abia State blames a 70-year-old pipeline for the Umololo Owaza explosion. Details of the news. More than 100 Nigerians stranded in South Africa have arrived at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, following renewed xenophobic attacks targeting foreign nationals. The returnees, comprising men, women, and children, were evacuated from a special chartered South African Airways flight funded by the federal government as part of ongoing efforts to assist affected citizens. On arrival, the evacuees underwent documentation and screening procedures before being reunited with their families. The latest operation marks the resumption of the government's evacuation program after an early phase handled by Air Peace. Meanwhile, Chairman of Air Peace, Mr. Allen Onyema, has urged Nigerians to adopt non-violent economic measures in response to the attacks. He advised against reprisals on South Africa-owned businesses in Nigeria, saying such actions could affect thousands of Nigerian workers employed by those firms. The Abia State government has inaugurated the State Strategy for Integrity, Accountability and Anti-Corruption Steering Committee to drive the implementation of its anti-corruption framework. Speaking at the inauguration in Umuahia, the head of service, Mr. Benson Ojeikere, said the committee would strengthen transparency, accountability, and public confidence in government institutions. The committee, made up of permanent secretaries and senior public officials, is expected to provide policy direction, monitor implementation, and address institutional challenges associated with the state anti-corruption agenda. Also speaking, the State Program Coordinator of the Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Program, Mr. Peter Omenka, said the European Union-supported initiative would serve as a strategic guide for governance reforms and help translate policy commitments into measurable actions. Melodies Farm Limited, a poultry production company located in Isialangwa South local government area of Abia State, has raised concerns over what it describes as continued interference in an ongoing commercial and environmental dispute involving its operations. In a petition submitted through its council, Dynamic Option Chambers, the company alleged that the Abia State Ministry of Environment and Solid Mineral Resources under Commissioner Mr. Philemon Asoni Obonna is attempting to reopen an environmental investigation into the facility despite the issuance of an environmental impact assessment certificate in January 2026. The company further stated that the matter is already before several courts, including civil, criminal, and fundamental rights proceedings, and cautioned that any administrative action at this stage could prejudice ongoing judicial processes and contravene established legal frameworks. Efforts to obtain the reaction of the Abia State Ministry of Environment were successfully at the time of filing this report. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, has pledged additional manpower for the Enugu State Police Command to strengthen security operations across the state. Speaking in Enugu, Mr. Disu expressed concern over the loss of police personnel in the line of duty and paid tribute to officers recently killed while combating insecurity in different parts of the country. The police chief also disclosed that the recruitment of 50,000 personnel approved by President Bola Tinubu is progressing and would help address manpower shortages within the Nigerian police force. Mr. Disu assured that additional officers will be deployed to Enugu to support security operations and maximize the use of logistics and operational assets recently provided by the state government. Governor Petermbah of Enugu State has reaffirmed his administration's commitment to strengthening security with the inauguration of the Center for DNA Forensics and Criminal Investigation at Godfrey Okoye University, Enugu. The facility, established through a partnership involving the Enugu State Government, Godfrey Okoye University, and the Nigerian DNA Learning Center, is expected to support scientific investigation and prosecution of crimes. Governor Mbah said the center would enhance the capacity of security agencies to investigate criminal activities using forensic evidence and improve the administration of justice. The project received commendation from the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Chief Lateef Fagbemi, and the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Olatunji Disu, who described it as a major boost to criminal investigation and forensic science in Nigeria.
The Ebonyi State Police Command has arrested 13 suspects in connection with the mob attack on a woman falsely accused of child abduction at the international market in Abakaliki. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Joshua Okando said investigations were ongoing and that suspects found culpable would be prosecuted in accordance with the law. He condemned acts of jungle justice and warned against taking the law into private hands. Mr. Okando also urged members of the public to verify information before sharing it, particularly on social media, to prevent the spread of false allegations capable of endangering lives. Residents of Abia State have expressed mixed reactions to the passage of the State Police Bill by the National Assembly. The proposed legislation seeks to establish state-controlled police services that would operate alongside the Nigerian police force as part of broader efforts to strengthen internal security. Speaking on the development, legal practitioner Mr. Mike Indu said that state policing could improve security if properly managed, but cautioned against possible action and abuse by political actors. Other stakeholders, including journalist Mr. Iwaku Oji and public affairs analyst Prince Obasi Ikemwu, welcomed the initiative, saying local recruitment could enhance community policing while stressing the need for safeguards to prevent misuse when the proposal becomes law. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Over 100 stranded Nigerians have been evacuated from South Africa and received at Lagos Airport following renewed xenophobic attacks. Enugu State Governor Petermbah has declared a crackdown on crime after commissioning a DNA forensics and criminal investigation center. Coming up shortly, the Abia State government has attributed the Umololo Owaza explosion to a 70-year-old petroleum pipeline. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Security operatives in Anambra State, comprising the Anambra State Police Command and the state-owned security outfit, Aguna Echemba, have neutralized 4 suspected members of an armed criminal gang during a coordinated visibility patrol in the old Aguata Union Axis. Police authorities say the suspects were intercepted while operating in a Toyota Sienna bus, leading to an exchange of fire. 4 of the suspects were killed during the shootout, while others reportedly escaped into nearby bushes with varying degrees of gunshot injuries. According to the police public relations officer, SP Tochukwu Ikenga, the gang had been linked to a series of violent attacks in the area, including incidents involving the use of military and police uniforms to disguise the operations. Recovered from the scene were a general-purpose machine gun, 2 AK-47 rifles, improvised explosive devices, and other tactical equipment. Security operations have since been intensified to track fleeing suspects. The River State Police Command has arrested 2 suspects in connection with the death of a female student in River State University in Port Harcourt, River State. The incident occurred when a convoy of vehicles reportedly struck the victim, identified as Eno, in her early 20s within the university campus. Witnesses say the convoy failed to stop, prompting panic and a swift lockdown of exit points by campus authority. Police operatives from the Mbolu Divisional Headquarters launched a coordinated operation that led to the arrest of 2 students identified as Onuna Kake and Daniel Ikechi, who were allegedly driving separate vehicles involved in the incident. The suspects are currently in custody as investigations continue, while the deceased has been deposited in a mortuary. University authorities are expected to issue an official statement. The Abia State government has attributed a major explosion in Umololo Owaza community, Okwa West local government area, to a decades-old petroleum pipeline located along the oil mining Lease 11 corridor. An inspection team led by the Commissioner for Environment, Philemon Asonio Obonna, and the Commissioner for Petroleum, Professor Joel Obonna, confirmed that the affected pipeline was installed in the late 1950s and had outlived its operational lifespan. The explosion resulted in a large oil spill that damaged buildings, farmlands, shops, schools, and livestock, though no casualties were recorded in the incident. The state government has directed the operating oil company to commence immediate cleanup and replace the aging infrastructure while assuring affected residents of continued support. The Transmission Company of Nigeria has launched a sensitization campaign across Umuhali, Ezilo, and Nkalago communities in Ebonyi State to curb rising cases of vandalism and encroachment on power infrastructure. Officials say the initiative is aimed at protecting transmission installations from illegal activities such as farming, excavation, and construction within power corridors, which pose serious safety risks. The regional General Manager Dr. Thomas Inugonum noted that community engagement remains critical to safeguarding national assets and preventing avoidable accidents linked to high-voltage facilities. The agency also confirmed the arrest of 2 suspects alleged involved in dismantling transmission components along the Nkalago-Abakaliki line. The federal government has inaugurated a 505 kilowatt interconnected solar mini grid in local government area, Lagos State, aimed at improving electricity supply to more than 8,000 residents in Majoda and Eredo communities. The project, unveiled by Minister of Power Joseph Tebe, integrates solar generation, battery storage, and smart metering systems to enhance power distribution and reliability. Officials say the initiative implemented under the Interconnected Mini Grid Acceleration Scheme received support from the Rural Electrification Agency, the European Union, and the Government of Germany. The Rural Electrification Agency confirmed plans to expand the project with an additional 5 megawatts capacity to support local industries and commercial growth. The Delta State government has dismissed reports circulating on social media claiming that former governor of the state, Mr. Emmanuel Uduaghan, is dead, describing the information as false. In a statement, the senior special assistant to the governor on media, Mr. Sai Success, state verification was conducted through the former governor's family, confirming he is alive and in good health. He noted that the clarification was also confirmed by Uduaghan's daughter, Orede Uduaghan, who dismissed the rumor. The government urged the public to disregard the reports and cautioned against spreading unverified information capable of causing distress. Now in sports, Morocco has secured a 4-2 victory over Haiti in a FIFA World Cup group stage match played in Atlanta, recovering from an early setback to maintain their qualification momentum. Haiti took a surprise lead through an own goal by goalkeeper Yassine Bono, followed by a long-range strike from Wilson Isido before halftime. Morocco responded with goals from Akraf Hakimi and Ismail Saibari to level the match before late strikes from substitutes Soufiane Rahimi and Gesaim Yassim sealed the comeback win. Despite the victory, Morocco finished second in Group C behind Brazil on goal difference and will now face their round of 32 opponents in Monterrey. Now in entertainment, the family of late Nollywood actor John Okafor, popularly known as Mr. Ibu, has appealed for financial assistance following worsening economic hardship after his death. His widow, Stella Maris Okafor, said in an interview that the family is struggling to meet basic needs, including rent, electricity, and school fees. She said that the family currently lives under difficult conditions, including reliance on a well for water and lack of stable electricity supply. The family has called on colleagues in the entertainment industry and members of the public to support them, noting that the late actor's contribution to the Nigerian film industry.
And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. More than 100 Nigerian nationals stranded in South Africa have been safely evacuated and received at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos by emergency officials following a renewed wave of xenophobic attacks targeting foreign nationals. The evacuation was carried out in phases as part of coordinated efforts involving Nigerian diplomatic and consular authorities. The returnees, comprising men, women, and children, were repatriated aboard a specially arranged South African Airways charter flight funded by the federal government. Enugu State Governor Dr. Petermbah has declared a decisive crackdown on criminal activities in the state following the inauguration of the new Center for DNA Forensics and Criminal Investigation in Enugu. Governor Mbah said the establishment of the facility marks a significant upgrade in the state's security and justice architecture, enhancing the capacity of law enforcement agencies to investigate and prosecute criminal cases with scientific precision. The Abia State government has attributed a major explosion in Umololo Owaza community over West Local Government area to a 70-year-old petroleum pipeline along the oil mining lease 11 corridor. The Commissioner for Environment, Mr. Philemon Asonye Obonna, and the Commissioner for Petroleum, Professor Joel Obonna, who led a government delegation to the site, described the incident as a preventable and environmental disaster linked to aging infrastructure. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and night witness reports, call 070-043-710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidi Master and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Religion. Religion wears many names, but in its deepest form is not in rituals. It is in love. True faith is not louder than others. It listens. It breaks bread with strangers and weeps with the broken. We are not defined by the places we kneel, but by the way we rise and reach for each other. The prophets came not to divide, but to remind us that all paths to God must pass through kindness. So, let our prayers not end in temples. Let them begin in how we live, in the warmth we give, and in the bridges we build beyond belief.
Good day, viewers, and welcome to Aneke TV, where we bring you real voices from the streets. Today, we are focusing on the current situation in Nigeria, looking at how it affects everyday life, from economy and cost of living to security, transportation, and basic needs. We went out to hear directly from Nigerians about their experiences and opinions about the present state of the country. Let's hear what they have to say.
The situation currently in Nigeria is very demeaning and appalling, in the sense that as youths of this country, we sometimes wish that we are not born in this country. And me, as a person, a young graduate, graduating from school, now trying to start up life and facing the situation so hard, thinking of how to, cope along with the high cost of living, things in the stuffs in the market, high cost of transportation, a little distance from your place to another, you'll be paying a huge amount of money because of hike in fuel price and all of that. So it's actually draining us as youths, especially when we are unemployed, having nothing to do, and we are the little you're able to get from one menial job or the other, you are spending it as if like you are plugging the money from tree every day. So, but we thank God that at least we are surviving it. People who have been before us survived it, and we believe that Nigeria will soon become a better place to live. But at the same time, we as youths, we won't relent. We keep pushing and try to make things out of the little things we are doing to make things better in the country. So it's when you have something doing, you can actually, think of better things to, offer to the society. Because the situation in the country can actually frustrate you to do things which at the end of the day, the government will say, okay, the youth are not doing the right thing. You understand? But as much as we still have people thinking positively for the country, which I believe I myself am included. My goal for this country is that if I'm able to get my hands on things that I can, use and empower myself and empower others, I believe this country would be a better place for we, the youth, and every other person to, bank on at the end of the day.
The current state in Nigeria now is very difficult economically, and anyone with one wonders where they are, because anyone who has the plight of the fellow human beings who is very vivid and visible. It's no more something someone can say is hidden. Now, coming to me personally, because of my own revolutionary orientation of things, I see this thing as a positive, because I feel like for a long time Nigeria has been bedeviled by complacency and apathy. So I feel like as things begin to tighten up in the country, is beginning to increase the consciousness of the people to get to the threshold it needs to get to for us to be able to take matters into our hands as the people and move to the next level. I feel like the future of Nigeria is very, very bright. I feel that because I know that normally as in Igbo parlance, they say chukujeku, which basically means dialectically, there are contradictions. Everything that you see is progressive and is moving us towards where we need to be going. Even the hardship that you have are for a reason. So I feel like in Nigeria right now, no matter how hard things are, is a step forward, because dialectics is not always a straight path. Sometimes it goes up, it goes down. So I feel like even though things are hard, is moving us forward to the threshold we need to get to before we can change our condition.
The current situation in Nigeria now is very, very bad. It's very, very bad. Like for instance now, for transport, like from here to Ababa, before is 200, but now it's 500. Do you see the difference? So for instance, like I'm into printing, the cost of the material that we are buying before is not what we are getting it now. So the whole thing is changed, everything changed, and everything is very, very bad. And when it comes to electricity, before light used to, but now there is no light. The way I'm seeing this country now, I don't think there is hope. Do you understand? I don't think there is hope. The whole thing now is kind of, the thing is like, kind of, we are just getting in as if it's our culture. So he's mastering us. So that's it.
Everything is hard. Like, that's the main point. In every aspect, monetary, lights, like everything. From my house to my workplace, the transport fare, feeding, Jesus Christ. My salary doesn't last up to 2 weeks.
Honestly, it's a terrible situation. I don't even know where to start because the thing affected the entire economy. I don't know. For instance, now, for the past 3 to 4 days, we've not gotten light. And you know, light is the major thing that helps in, a business, So as anything stands still, fuel also is on the high increase. So the thing is affected, and once something like this started happening, it's affecting the entire economy. It's only God that can tell, because from the way I'm seeing it, I think it's like the thing is getting worse on a daily basis. It's getting worse. I'm not seeing unless by the intervention of God Almighty. But now, I don't think there's any hope for us now.
From the responses gathered, it is clear that Nigerians are facing a range of challenges in their daily lives, especially in areas of economy, transportation, and access to basic necessities. Despite these difficulties, many still express hope for improvement and a better future for the country. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Aneke TV Entertainment. Your world of entertainment begins here.
From the glamour of film and television, to music that inspires the nation, and comedy that brings joy to every home,
We bring you the latest in entertainment news, celebrity stories, red carpet moments, and exclusive interviews.
Aneke TV Entertainment, where stories come alive, where talent shines, and creativity thrives.
Aneke TV Entertainment, informing, inspiring, and entertaining you always. Aneke TV Entertainment. Stay tuned, stay entertained.
Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? I hope you guys have a splendid day. Today is a beautiful day and a Thursday afternoon, where we bring to you the best of best entertainment gist live on Aneke TV on the Best Vibe Central, where we give you the hot gist and groove. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. I want to tell you guys I'm not here alone. I'm with my best of best, in the building, and you guys know who I'm talking about. There's no other person other than Uguma. How are you doing?
I'm good.
Why is your lips looking like someone that just, let me not stay
I'm good, guys. How are you all doing today? Please, guys, I don't want to listen to gifts. She just wants to, you guys understand, right? She want to get something out of me, but you're not getting it.
I'm not getting what?
I'm not going to tell you. You're trying to...
I'm not that person,
that's what you're trying to do.
But I'm not that person.
Well, you guys know, okay? I'm innocent. So, how are you guys doing today?
If you are innocent, am I the criminal here?
my Southeast people, how you all doing today? Please, I don't want to listen to gifts. I just want to focus on you guys. I love you all so much.
And you don't love me?
I love you all so much.
So, since you started with love, let's start with love gist for my first gist for today, you know. And let's talk about Pella flaunting his wife, new acquired wife, property. You know.
No. Shady. Guys, I am so happy for these people. I am really happy for them because a lot of people have had or have doubted them, you know, saying that they are going to separate any moment from now, that the relationship is going to last. But they've actually proved to the world, to the internet, to the in-laws that they are not here to play.
At all.
Pella has, you know, let the world know that I am not here to play games with this girl. I mean the word. I mean, I am intentional with my feelings for her. Like, I am intentional, okay? Whatever I have for her. So, he going straight to get married is just the right thing to do. If you have the money, get married to whoever you're with. You do not wait. I'm talking to my old 40 ladies. I'm talking to my old 40 men. If you have that person in your life that you love so much, that you're serious with, that you know you can spend the rest of your life with, please go on and marry them. Okay,
you know,
I am happy for them. Okay,
they've already upgraded ring. I mean, I'm still wearing a t-shirt.
It's amazing. If there is the money, God win them.
But let's talk about Mr. Easy and Timi Otodola revealing that they have 9 doctors on standby because they don't know which country they will have their baby. Poverty is a bastard.
Oh, so they have. Can you guys hear this?
Yeah.
Actually have doctors in every country. Okay, they've already 9 countries. They've already booked them.
Yeah,
they've already stationed them. Like, if it doesn't happen to this happen in this country, it's gonna happen in the other country. So, oh my goodness.
Oh my God, I just have money.
Let's not talk too much.
I just have money.
Like Gift said, let's have money. Make sure you have enough money, okay? So that you will give your children the best. You will give your kids the best. Okay, these kids are gonna have citizenship. They already have.
So let's keep on talking about love because actress Bimbo Ademoye has come out to fuel dating rumors with Timi Ebosun with his response to fans' comments. And, you know, someone said, as a fan said, if you guys don't get married, I will cry. Someone said, you will not cry in Jesus' name.
She responded with, you will not cry in Jesus' name, right?
Yeah. Oh, their pictures.
Like, I think these people are dating.
So, I think, yeah, on a low key.
They have been together because they practically do
chemistry between both of them.
Yeah, there's this chemistry, there's this.
Oh, no, you're not Bimbo. Calm down. Can you calm down?
I am calm. I'm not Bimbo, but I will be Bimbo very soon.
Oh, really?
Very soon I'll give love a trial. But for now, let me focus.
Sorry, I love that way.
Let me focus on the most important thing you're me right now. I am going to. I am focusing now. Love is not for me right now.
What have been distracting you before?
So, nothing. But
tell us something.
I assure you that.
Wait, you're actually assuring me.
Yeah,
that won't happen. You're assuring me. That am I your gatekeeper?
I'm trying to tell you that love will take over very soon. Okay, you guys should give me some time. You know, I'm gonna be like Bimbo, and it's just that the thing is that they've not really
defined
the public.
But we don't actually need them to define it to the public.
But we already seen them. They are being all lovey-dovey online, even in movies. You see this.
Why do I have a feeling that you are not acting like a watchdog? Do you watch them when they open and close the gate?
I don't watch them.
So why are you acting like Wanda?
Okay. Let's not talk about it. Okay?
No. Don't take me there.
You don't want us to know, but who are we to tell them if they are dating or not? But if they are dating, I wish them all the best. It will really be nice to see them.
So when are you going to find your own love? Yeah. Let me cry on your behalf.
I'm going to find my own love. I wanted for you to find love for me because it seems like I can't do this alone. I need.
When they choke, right?
I need someone to push me.
Push you.
You know, someone to tell me. I need you to motivate me. You don't need to motivate me to fall in love because this love thing is not for me. But I'm a lover girl. But it is not for me.
But you have not answered my question. Motivate you to what?
You know, motivate me in terms of what I'm trying to say is that I want you to motivate. I want you to do something.
Okay.
You know, that will push me to like, you can really do this. Give is love. Give is love. Yeah, she's fine now, Odogu. So I want you to push me into finding my own Odogu.
Do you have Odogu?
Like, if you have yours, I will do mine. So that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm saying. You should motivate me. Inspire me by having.
I'm looking for someone that was actually inspire me to get the Odogu. I'm waiting for the Odogu.
So that's so for the Falco. Instead each other.
That Odogu must sign up.
And you go first. Amen. At the right time.
Is there any way there's a written law that says gift has to go first? You know, this place I've just been seeing you, these days, and you have not been there. See, you guys, let me even bring it to your notice. Have you guys noticed that Mma has not been coming? I've been seeing her in one corner. I wonder, Mma, update us. Update the public. What's going on? What's going on? What's popping, baby? What's popping right there? What's going on?
I've been.
You have been?
I don't talk about it, guys.
Sorry,
I know where you're coming from. You thought that one Odogu cornered me one side.
Yeah, no, they actually cornered you one side because how can you abandon me and the people of Enugu?
That's why I'm here. Because I love you guys. I love you guys so much. That's why I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm not going anywhere anymore.
Yeah?
We're right here.
I actually also. You must go and meet that Odogu. You must collect. I thought, let me tell you something. Someone said something on air. He said, my boyfriend is probably wondering why I haven't left him because he's broke. The other day, he was jokingly told me, if you ever find someone better, just go. I could tell him he's insecure. Poor thing. What he does not know is that I am not going anywhere. For some reason, I just smell potential in him. He thinks I see current balance. Meanwhile, I'm looking ahead. This one is Bitcoin 2010. I'm very patient. What do you think about this?
She just they play. Auntie, they play. Just they play until she regrets it. You don't know whether this one will really make it. So, if this is someone better, as your boyfriend said, though, he doesn't want you to suffer. So please, if you find someone that, that has the money, please marry the person.
Why?
What if he doesn't make it?
Are you praying for him not to make it?
I am not praying for anybody not to make it, but we are not sure. We are not certain.
The likes of Obi Kubana, the likes of Chief Priest, Imoni met, their wife actually met them at their tender spot.
Right, yeah, my word. But it does not work out for everybody. It works for them, doesn't mean it work out. But I'm not praying for anybody not to work out for anybody, though.
What if you eventually enter inside the world and all of a sudden it dries off?
It's not going to dry off. Let's be positive.
You know God.
God will not give me something that would ruin me. God will not give me something that would not sustain me, that would not last long.
Let me ask you, people that have tested that, are you trying to tell the person that God is so partial and God is a wicked God?
God is not partial.
So what do you think? When those people that have experienced this kind of thing, I just need listen now. You think, are you just trying to say they are partial or that God is just trying to drill down?
Something happened.
What happened?
But that does not mean that God doesn't love them. It doesn't mean that God has left them. It doesn't mean that God doesn't love them or he is being partial with them. It's just some phase of life. In this life, we face some circumstances. It can just come unknowingly, unexpectedly. But that doesn't mean that God does not love you.
Let's leave this God. Funny Born official actually advised ladies out there. He said, dear young ladies, correct your algorithm. Stop feeding your mind with a content that constantly triggers pain, fear, and resentment. Don't let other people's experience shape how you view a man and how he entered your life. Consume content that inspires growth, healing, emotional maturity. Your story can be different and your experience can be beautiful. Don't worry, your own journey can be better. Do you align with this his motivational talk?
I know that. I align with it, but somehow, sometimes we try to make excuses for these people, but for men,
at the end, they don't want it.
They don't want it. It's not like you see this same thing that you're avoiding. This same thing you're viewing online, this advice you're getting online. Don't do this, you do this, you do that one. You see further that this man that you're rooting for will do otherwise, will do worse. So sometimes you just have to learn. You can learn positive things, can learn negative things. It depends on you. It's left for you to pick the good ones that you will learn, okay, from those things. But he's right, though. You should mind what you listen to. Social media is another word. It's another word that ruins people's reality somehow. But sometimes...
Have you ever experienced that kind of thing in your life, once time in your life, where you actually listened to something that almost consumed you, or made you feel like you lost it at some point in life?
No. Nothing.
And I actually have, listened to something that nearly consumed me.
It's always right. Whenever I see something, it's always right. And maybe I'm just overthinking, or maybe I overthought this whole thing, and I think this person is not doing what he's supposed to do. And I just come across that advice online. I'm like, I will have to apply it, because this person now is not behaving well. So I'm seeing advice that would help me in growing myself, that will help me in knowing how to go about that relationship with that person. I'll just have to apply that advice, because every advice, there's always good and there's always bad ones. It's left for you to pick the good ones that would help you. Okay, if you know what is good, you do it. You know what you do to that person that would hurt them, or that guy you're dating. That advice that you pick, you just pick the right one. There's always the right one. There's always the wrong one. So mind what you pick online.
Interesting.
But if that advice would help you in setting your standards, okay, pick it.
So Obi Kubana has come out to say, he said it's sad that a lot of people have absolutely nothing to offer in this life other than bitterness, so much power and so much hatred. They see nothing good in anything anyone does. Nothing grows around them. How do you even sleep at night if you do? I wonder what you will tell your creator on the day you are called to account for your life on earth. Continue, Deba.
Is he trying to talk about his friend, Chief Priest? Because a lot of people have been bashing Chief Priest lately on his recent or current behaviors. Okay?
About what? Which behavior?
About what he did. I think I come across, though I didn't really view it, I didn't really see it that much, but I think that was something he did during Alex Kubo's burial. He was saying it's beating his lifestyle, which is like
a lousy one.
Lousy. Which
but that is his nature. You can't take it away. That is Kubana.
It is his nature, but this is burial, for crying out loud. There's some certain things that shouldn't be done. People are mourning at this point. It's not the time to start celebrating. Yeah, it is your lifestyle, but keep it aside for now. This is burial. You lost a colleague. It's not your colleague, though. You're just a businessman. It just happens to be one of the celebrity, one of the influential people we have in Nigeria. So what you should do is that you should lower that, your lifestyle, your personality for the moment, and pay respect to whoever you've come to bury at that point. Just put those things aside. Maybe later on you can celebrate, you can continue with your lifestyle. Not when you're coming to somewhere, people are crying, people are mourning, you're being lousy.
It's his character, but
and nobody can take it away from, but not when it comes to burial. Please, he can do it for himself, his own family, not for another person's, because people would see it in another. You can view it in another point, like the way people are seeing it right now. But I think what Obi Kubana is trying to say in his statement is trying to, I think, is indirectly trying to warn people about bashing him. that we should leave him to live his life, blah blah blah, whatever he's saying. So he's indirectly trying to tell people that they should leave Chief Priest alone. People have a way of living their life, their lives, right? So
in one word, Charlie Boy said, I have been married to one woman for 48 years, but it's very, very boring. What do you think?
It can be boring. I do not blame him.
So he should do the polygamy. He
shouldn't do polygamy. When he was getting married, didn't he know that it was going to take a long time? He knew what he was signing up for. If your marriage is getting boring, people,
find the side chick.
Spy it up. Not side chick. Not side chick. Not side chick. Go find your do something else. There's a lot of things to do with your partner, okay? There are so many things you can engage.
Old age.
No matter what age you find yourself, please spice up your marriage. It is boring because you're not doing something. You're not going out.
Calm down.
Yeah, it is important. I understand that because
you're asking yourself. I'm talking about an old woman. Are you telling her to go? No, don't let me say something.
Okay, the old man don't deserve enjoyment.
No.
She not deserve to go somewhere. She not deserve to go Maldives. She not deserve to travel
to the Maldives. Did she tell you that she's not enjoying it?
She's enjoying it, but
that side chick will give somebody.
Okay, is this man trying to say he doesn't have a side chick all his life?
Let's not.
Didn't you know what he signed up for? Say
if you want to hold her.
Then do them a price. So you knew what you were signing up for when you agreed to marry someone's daughter.
The people of Enugu, just one word. Let's go.
Okay, my people of Core City. A lot is going on lately. Let's be careful out there. I forgot to tell you guys a story of something that happened. I saw online someone was trying to, do something illegal. But we'll talk about this tomorrow, okay? We'll talk about this some other time. So I want you guys to stay put, stay happy, whatever you make yourself happy, do what makes you happy, stay safe wherever you are. There's a lot of insecurities in the country. Our leaders are not doing it, so just stay safe wherever you are. I love you guys. Thank you for having me here today. We'll do this again tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Bye.
Aneke TV Entertainment. Your world of entertainment begins here.
From the glamour of film and television, to music that inspires the nation, and comedy that brings joy to every home,
we bring you the latest in entertainment news, celebrity stories, red carpet moments, and exclusive interviews.
Aneke TV Entertainment, where stories come alive, where talent shines and creativity thrives.
Aneke TV Entertainment, informing, inspiring, and entertaining you always. Aneke TV Entertainment, stay tuned, stay entertained.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnapping ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Once again, we say thank you so much for joining Security Watch on Aneke TV. It is an enlightenment program whose duty it is to place a check on the security of lives and property. It also acknowledges the effort of the government through the security agencies in the fight against insecurity in Nigeria. You can find us on our socials, our Facebook, our Instagram, our X, and our YouTube, all at Aneke TV. My name is Chukwemeka Obasi. And today our focus is on the efforts of the government towards insecurity in Nigeria. Thank you so much for being there. Permit me to introduce to you the guest we have on the studio for the show. We have the Secretary General, Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter, Dr. Chikezie Obasi. Doc, you're welcome on the show.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, our viewers.
How are you today?
I'm fine. And you?
I am fine. All right. What's your concern about the security situation in Nigeria?
My concern, security in Nigeria today, would I say has assumed a situation where it's not a business. So you see that people have migrated from kidnapping individuals to taxing farmers, kidnapping children, and they're now kidnapping school, children. And what it simply implies is that they have been looking for how to make money, and they feel the government is the best approach, to making money. Because when you kidnap children, you put political question mark on the government. I think that is it. And I believe, again, this might be assuming some political dimensions, because it's obviously clear to us. You remember Chibok girls, it's assumed political dimensions. A lot of kidnapping. Now, prior to 2027, we are seeing increase at alarming rate on kidnapping of school children, which to me is both motivated by economy and politics. However, I must state clearly that the insecurity in Nigeria is worsening because of bad leadership. If you look at security from a human security point of view, you understand that the government hadn't done much, insecurity will naturally go down.
Okay, thank you so much. Just thinking aloud, what could one maybe say could be the cause of insecurity in Nigeria? Could it be maybe attributed to something like the borders of the country being porous?
Though, it's a multifaceted factors that you could say leads to insecurity in Nigeria. But I must tell you that the poor leadership, you could say intra-crisis and external crisis. Most of the porous borders as a result of poor leadership again within the Sahel region, and then climate change that is driving a lot of farmers down or headers down to the country. But within this system, we're having a situation where we have Nigeria over 50 or 60% of Nigerians are below 30, and majority of them are unemployed. You see graduates who somebody finishing as a graduate returns back to the fathers and mother and then keep begging to be fed. That's quite unfortunate. So we see a situation whereby the country is criminality, but you must have a government that is functional. Situation where undocumented borders over there in the north is concerning. It's completely not acceptable. That's a failure on the government, But by and large, you can't just say this is one reason, but it's a complete decay and failure of leadership that has resulted to what we have as insecurity.
Okay, thank you so much. A complete decay on the failure of the leadership that has resulted in what we have today as insecurity. Thank you. Let us observe just a short break. Yes, we shall be right back. Our viewer, thank you so much. Please don't go away.
Every second, the world changes. Don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, thank you so much. Back from the short break. We are still on this program, Security Watch on Aneke TV. If you are joining us now, our topic for today is the effort of the government towards insecurity in Nigeria. And I've been with Dr. Chikezie Obasi here. Doc, let's continue.
Thank you.
All right, before I went on the short break, I was about asking you, for instance, this kidnapping for ransom, which is, of course, you know, is a serious issue in Nigeria today. Are you saying that the government is not doing enough to arrest the situation?
If they're doing enough, we won't have it in the first instance. That's simple truth. Countries that are doing enough, you see those things there. Let me give you a typical example. Any country that has unemployment rate to single digits, we won't have this type of insecurity. Do you see it in China? I want to use China, you know, as case in point, because we throw these issues back to the people. You know, but like in Scandinavian countries, Finland, and so on, where unemployment rate is less than 3%. You don't see this type of insecurity. You know, you don't see it. The kidnapping for ransom simply means that people are looking for money. So if you provide alternative to getting that money, which involves creating job opportunities, their living standard coming up, why would they kidnap? Do you understand what I'm talking about? When somebody kidnaps for ransom, it simply means that he's looking for money. The person that kidnapped maybe have been recruited and paid peanuts. Because I'm sure those people that you know, do the kidnap and all those that plan, you know, they just executed jobs and probably they are paid peanuts. So the big boys have seen willing tools they could recruit. If those willing tools have been there doing something or the other, call it a blue-collar job, you know, in factories, and they're able to feed themselves, why would they go into such acts? That's why I say it's a complete decay, you know, involving governance and leadership in the country that led to where we are today. And it's not really abating. That's the simple truth. Master the craft of palliating our crisis and then painting it and giving us opportunities to, you know, come back the next 4 years to exercise whatever we call franchise. So they're not talking about governance. That's the truth. But if you have a country that is becoming a serious nation, it's more than just you know, a talk show. It has to be action-packed. And if you take a look at the corruption of our leaders and you know, punishment for or reward for criminality, you can find out that one could say Nigeria is one of the most corrupt nations in the world. So it's not everything you can see government is doing. It's not really working. It's not even showing any effort. For me, there's no tangible effort, you know, to curb insecurity. That's the simple truth.
There's no tangible effort to curb insecurity.
For people might think it's there's an effort, but for me, once an effort is not here, then the desires, you know, an insignificantly intangible effort.
But I think our security agents are doing their best in trying to see that it is done the way it's supposed to be done.
Managing security has both sides. You have kinetic and non-kinetic approach. And when you say the security agencies are doing all they could, I believe you're talking about a kinetic approach to it. And I can tell you that kinetic approach can never, you know, resolve the Nigerian insecurity system. It has to be the soft approach. You have to nip you have to remove the firewood that ignites that fire. And how do you extinguish it? Create good leadership, staff the criminals opportunities of recruiting people. Like I said, in virtually all these insecurity we're looking at, people that perpetrate it are ragtag individuals. These are people that are looking for daily bills. So provide the alternative, the recruitment stops. If you listen to what happened, how Boko Haram or ISWAP recruits people over there in the northeast, you will cry. Some of them are paid as low as 10, 15,000. Most of these guys will call, headers. Some of them are paid almost nothing. So how are you recruiting? How do you begin to tackle these issues? It means that government have to live up to expectations. And you live up to expectations by doing what you should do as government. Make sure that the unemployment rate is reduced drastically. Make sure that people are educated. not just ordinary education, but quality education. They understand the meaning of life. And then be responsive as the government. So you begin to cope and create hope and opportunities. You create opportunities and hope within the system, and people will begin to embrace the system. Stop living a ostentatious life. Reward criminals with the adequate punishment. Situation whereby people get a pat on the back because they embezzled money is worrisome. Serious nations don't do like that. So that's why I say I'm not seeing government, people to see that criminality or kidnapping is not an incentive.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Basi. That is a very strong submission in Nigeria. May we, at this point, welcome a management consultant, a former director of National Rotation Agency, Enugu State, who is also a member of the National Institute, Dr. Augustine Okolie. Doctor, welcome on the show.
Thank you for having me. Welcome, viewers.
All right, I want you to be specific and then intentional in scoring the efforts of the government so far.
Well, thank you once again for having me in your platform. It is said that security is so important that it cannot be left. They say security is everybody's business. Security is everybody's business. Therefore, government will play their own part, and the citizens will also play their part without going back on the principles and the reasons for having government. They say the primary purpose of government is to provide security and to provide welfare. Even though you do not leave it for them alone, but whether it is kinetic or non-kinetic. You see, when you talk about the force of government that understands what the business of security is, government that is what the name, because some people are not prepared to become members of government. The one Yoruba call Ijoba Apapo, that's federal government.
Okay.
So whichever level of government you find yourself, you know the primary purpose of having government, the reasons why society have to have government and have to have the monopoly of violence. Any place you don't have a monopoly of violence, then insecurity have to have its way. Because there's only one person out of the entire society that's entitled, so that you have control. So you have what you call mitigation. There's no society that don't have crimes or insecurity, but it is a level. You can see where we found ourselves. We are number one insecure country in the world now. We are number one in poverty. So it's not even a case of creating employment. It's a case of drawing people out of poverty.
But I want you to look at it from this dimension of kidnapping for ransom, which, according to Dr. Basi here, that government is not yet doing enough to arrest this situation. What
government is making? Like I was trying to build a background. Because when you come to government and know the reason, then you have to have a policy. You have to have a well-choreographed strategy to which to tackle, because you know it is there. And you also promise that when you come, you will do a different work. So when people tell you as executives that it was said there when they came that they are not the original people, so it means that they are abdicating their responsibilities. It is begging the question, how can you come as a government and you tell us that it was there before I came? No, now, there's problem before we came, there is sin. But when you come, you make a difference by making strategies, by your way of concepts of your policies. So, coming directly from your question, kidnapping for ransom, you see, started in the South in Nigeria. Then it was the Igbo people that they kidnap, and they pay money. Now everybody learns it, it's paying. Now they now went to schools. So school own is that even when you kidnap school children, it becomes a global issue. Then there's no other way than to discuss with the kidnappers. They're only begging the question. Because when the school children are kidnapped, they have no much choice. They kill them so that we will not pay. You have to do something. Because you are called upon as government, whether you call kinetic or non-kinetic, you must be seen to be doing something tangible. To say, that's why people go to the street to protest, that you're not doing your work. Now, this is leakage in your primary purpose as a government.
When you say you must do something, sorry for the interruption, there's something that has been common that everybody has been doing, Doc, and that is what? To pay ransom. Yes. But there is this amended Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act, which criminalizes the paying of ransom. And I think I'm going to use that as an effort.
Not trivializing that matter. That is an unimplementable, what's it called? Unimplementable act and then or law. Because until your own person is kidnapped, you know whether you obey the law or not. I mean, that's the simple truth. We saw a military general that died last 2 weeks in the hands of, a retired military general. And I was discussing with somebody. I said, that's a very big slight, on the military. And even the wife nearly escaped, being killed because she was shot and left to die before the military were able to pick her up. So anybody telling you that you don't pay ransom is just, trying to placate it. Because even the government on their own pay ransom. And by the way, why it is a policy of every government in the world not to pay ransom to kidnappers, it's been seen that that is not always the case. But what government try to do is, even when they pay the ransom, they try to track down the criminals. And then you find that in our own case, do they pay the ransom and track down the criminals? That's a big question. Or do they pay the ransom and these ransom are in the connivance of those in governance? We've seen a situation whereby even the last administration is being accused of paying ransoms to kidnappers and criminals. So the issue is that particular piece of law is only meant for the wardrobes. You go to police officers. Policemen have been kidnapped. I mean, the people that would rescue you have been kidnapped. And they cannot rescue anybody. So who says you won't pay ransom? They are paying ransom. It's unfortunate, but that's why I say it's a piece of law. I'm not encouraging that people should pay ransom. But wait until your own person is being kidnapped. You know whether you pay the ransom or not.
Dr. Kule, I think government does that to maybe prevent, or they see it as if you pay ransom after being kidnapped, or maybe if your family pays ransom after being kidnapped, it's a way of sponsoring and encouraging the kidnapping.
I wonder, is there no surveillance? I wonder, is there no surveillance? Is there no division of what we call in the military, the recce, who will now look around the micro and the macro environments where they stay, so that before somebody comes very close to you, you'll be able to see the person coming, either to get away and come back, or to be able to prepare yourself to attack them, to be able to, kind of evaluate the equipment they are coming with, whether it is small arms or the big ones that they use to shoot, helicopters and aircraft. So when you now talk about kidnapping for ransom, you are just, reducing the issue to ordinary 1/10 issues. You have those they call the bandits. It's not for kidnapping. They kill, they burn, they, displace the people. That's another form of, insecurity. There's other ones that they call terrorists. Okay? Now, that is a global, name. So that if you're a terrorist, the way to handle it is also of even people kidnapping members of their family. Fathers kidnapping their children and paying ransom and collecting them back, or murder. Or one of the members of the family will fake self-kidnap. So that one is, a microcosm of the problem. So, but I want to take the stories and the issues holistically, whereby you see that we are insecure. And government do not know what to do about it, which means they're not prepared.
Okay.
And that is why some people are calling for government to resign.
Doc, I think in any way, the government is making effort, and that is why we are here today. I know that government is busy.
Now, you see, when the cashless policy was brought about, it was fought by this same government. Cashless policy makes it possible so that you can't keep cash at home. So nobody will attack you. Armed robbery will go. Because when you are going to somebody's house, you know he has no money with him. That is the purpose of a cashless policy. It will also help the movement of cash in the economy. So, but you fought it, and now you want to introduce it, just like this oil subsidy. That one is to make sure those things the guy was saying, that people are paid nothing, but because they do not even have 1,000. So when you pay them 15,000, that cannot even buy a loaf of bread now, then you see that it is a lot of money for them. But when you cure poverty, That is a non-kinetic approach. When you remove people from poverty, when you tell people what we call values, core values of the society, that sharing blood, like the Muslims and the Christians are against, shedding of blood. Because some people say if you kill somebody, you get 7 veggies or whatever. So, but somebody also from there told us that this is not what we are preaching. That even killing somebody for anything is against God's injunctions. So people can come out into criminality because they can survive and thrive in the environment. So government is blamed. The people are also of blame because the people and government.
What's the big deal about it? So what am I giving them thumbs up? We are giving somebody a thumbs up for something that had not been done. I mean, these things have been implemented everywhere. We were in this country, things became a little bit difficult during the COVID time. We saw these apps, these online financial, what's it called? Transactions. Fintechs come up. And look at one of the fintechs going to New York Stock Exchange to be for $4 billion. The incentive to corruption is cash. So what they are fighting is how would they be able to get those incentives? Because if you give a contractor job, the only way a contractor can pay you is to bring the money in cash. The only way to bribe electorates is to pay cash. That is where the trouble is. It is not whether you will implement it. If you just if you tell CBN to mop up a currency, the next MPC meeting, they will tell you that transaction in Nigerian government can absorb the transaction because the cost you bear in minting money, transporting money, securing money, you can put it and say, let's remove it, electronic transaction cost. And you see the cashless policy, everybody will embrace it overnight. When these fintechs came on board, maybe we'll argue that mothers in the village will not take it. But I can tell you that go to anybody, including the woman now worker. They use their own, the POS. Now everybody has embraced it. So my brother, there's nothing to tell you that it's like drumming their, firming their ember. It's nonsense. They're not interested in removing it. That's number one. And then number two, you see, when the government says they want to tighten a whole lot of issues, when I look at countries that have done it, it becomes, I feel we are joking. On to pay more than 100,000 naira, they will tell you to transfer it. Go to Oboete, they are there. You can't bring 500,000 naira and give a businessman. For what reason? So private sectors are not accepting it. There are some places you will see we only receive bank transfers.
Policies. But we are not like, if I borrow from my brother here, that all the crimes are committed by members of government. There are the people who give cash because it is not traceable. It is not traceable, it is not trackable. And they say tell you laws of money laundering. They say tell you have FIU. That is Nigerian Financial Unit. We are supposed to track large volumes of money moving. You see, when you our people say whoever commits suicide does not appear during divination. No. When they want to go to divination to find out what killed the man and he committed suicide, he will not appear. So that is what is going on in the country.
But it's
so
surprising. It's surprising to me hearing that the Safe School initiative is not workable. Well,
you can tell me when they started it and whether it is working. No, because the more it has even increased. The Safe School initiative is that there are some structures that are raised, the barriers within the school. Remember, part of the security is going to start with Boko Haram. And what is the meaning of Boko Haram? Boko Haram is that Western education is sane. So they get it by objective or by hook or crook. So by closing down schools, you're also, feeding into the embers of their policy that Western education school. They kill teachers. They burn schools. They kidnap children. They kill them. About 300 children are in the bush as we speak. Children, toddlers, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. So what is the policy doing? It's not a case of mounting policy. It's the implementation, application of the laws, severity of the law. I once said it when I was with the National Orientation Agency. We were talking about corruption. What is feeding into corruption? What is promoting corruption? I said, one, American people and the English people who now coined the word corruption, they first knew it. Those who coined bribery, they knew what it is, then they gave it a name. Now, corruption thrives in the environment where there is no application of law. That's why they say in any government, particularly in a democracy, that the rule of law is supreme. Then the law does not understand whether you are black or white. You see the symbol of justice. They close, many people do not even ask questions. That justice do not want to know whether you're a government functionary, whether you're a male or female, whether you're handsome or ugly, whether you're big or small, that the law is no respecter of person. So the lack of what we call the political will to implement the laws, that's why I say it is not the making of the laws. Some will say create new courts, some will say create emergency. It is not courts. They will leave other courts and begin to treat political cases. Go to the court and see, files packed, 15 years, because we continue to do elections, off-season, cycling elections. So other issues should go and take a seat. So you commit suicide. You commit social suicide. That's what I'm saying, that if you commit suicide, you will not appear when the people want to go to divine for you to explain to what killed you. For you to come and tell them, oh, it's a natural death. Oh, it is people who poisoned me. Oh, it is what I did. You will not even appear. So it is self-destruct policies. You know, it's and the case is an issue that we know. People are complaining when they were in the opposition. They now come into government and they are doing the worst. So even the other people now have become opposition. If they come, it becomes a cycle. So it is an issue of values. It is the issue of application of law. When we begin to become severe with the application of the law, most of these things will go. Okay, you now say there will be no negotiation. Then government will go to negotiate. The governor of Oyo State already was telling us there's nothing he can do but to do something to get the children out of the bush. What is that?
Negotiation.
So you go and negotiate because you cannot go and...
As it is.
1,000.
That's at least, let me say, even from government suppliers. Let's assume in the company supply to Nigeria, for each bullet you shoot costs nothing less than 1,000 naira. You know what that implies? You want to deter criminals. I heard when you were talking about making school environment safe. Why must you barricade the school other than children, strolling out of the school? Why must you begin to pay people to guide our children? How many schools are you going to guide? The society has to, there's what we call herd immunity. Herd immunity is such that when you are protected against a disease, and multiple people are protected against a disease, the society is protected. Everyone mustn't be protected. When the society is working, the society protects itself. We all grew up in villages where when we finish our school, as early as primary school, we'll go home. Nobody actually feels, unsafe. So how many security are you going to provide? Okay, you provide security in the school, you provide at the church, you provide on the work area. I mean, how much do you have? These monies, if you go to economics, they will tell you what the alternative for gun. What would you have used that money for? For development. And you are using it to buy bullets to expand, kill your own citizens, because those criminals are Nigerians. You kill them. I mean, why don't you use that money and do something better in terms of governance and prevent them from going into the crime in the first instance? And that's why when they say we are doing everything humanly possible, it makes me laugh, because once I look at your blueprint and you are not working in tandem to making Nigerian lives better in terms of economy and educating people to have value for life, I mean, you are doing basically nothing. And this is not rocket science. That's why it's worrying to me. It's not rocket science. The only thing that is stopping it is that these politicians are benefiting from it. We've seen now, okay, let me give you a typical example. Why should any sound human being in today's world, the Nigerian system, still support a pilgrimage and pay money to go for people to go for pilgrimage? On both sides, you know how many billions that go off? People are enriching themselves through that mechanism. And you see top politicians who would have been good at going on pilgrimage on a yearly basis. Why should you do that? You don't have, the people are not feeding. People are living below poverty line. 70% of Nigerians are above that, are not insured health-wise. And you are paying people that will go on pilgrimage. Healthy people? I mean, that's crazy. It's a policy somersault. So why don't you gather these monies and begin to think of how to develop the system? If you don't know anything to do, go to China and sit down and ask them, please give us how you developed your country. Go to India, they are making effort. Bangladesh, Brazil, these are countries that are at the same pedestal with us. Copy, take their blueprint, come back here. We have eggheads that will help you turn it around. The other day we saw former minister of, what's his name? Former minister of power in prison for, I think, 30 billion naira. Over how many years? Why should the government be allowing that, leakage in the system? And you're telling me you're making efforts? These are monies that would have been channeled into some other thing.
Dr. Basi, thank you so much. Dr. Collier, thank you so much. We want to observe just another short break. When we come back, we'll check through the drone surveillance that was provided by the federal government and about 112 emergency hotlines, whether those lines are blocked or they go through in the times of these emergencies. Thank you so much. Our viewer, another short break. Please don't go away. We shall be right back.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Thank you so much. Back from the short break, we are still on the program Security Watch on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is the effort of the government towards the security we find in Nigeria. And I've been on the program with the Secretary General, Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, Enugu State Chapter, Dr. Chigeze Obasi. And then we have another management consultant, the former National Orientation Agency, Enugu State, that's former Director, National Orientation Agency, Enugu State, who is also a member of National Institute, Dr. Augustine Okolie. Thank you so much. Let's continue. Before I went on the short break, there was a time it was in the news that the government, the federal government, so to say, has provided surveillance drones to mastermind both our cities and our forests. And as well, there are all of the, about 112 emergency hotlines that are provided to schools in case anything happens. So my question is, all of these, are they not working? And why are they not working? Because these are measures of the government to put the insecurity to an end.
Well, Ameka, I want to let you also to remind you that the security issues are not discussed openly most of the time because you don't even know those who are the perpetrators of security. While I was in Lagos, some radio jingles say that armed robber no be spirit. There are people like us, they drink and they chat. They even watch World Cup. So you don't know who is who. But government, when you talk about government that is responsible will be doing things and it will be easier to collaborate with it. They also tell you that the law enforcement agencies, like the police, I said the police is your friend. All that preachings and preachments is to get your collaboration and to get your buy-in. If police is your friend, then they will get intels easily and cheaply. Now, the government is talking about now is in the making, the legislation of state police. The state police is something that should have happened before I was born. Because if you run a federation, you go to the federating units, that's the states. They have some autonomy, okay? They have campus police. They have municipal police. Like you have metropolitan police. So you don't begin to make it look like it is a very big issue. For people to, policing actually is not carrying guns.
Yeah.
Police is not wielding AK assault rifles. Because that is our misconception of what policing is. Policing is intel. If you go to London as we speak now, if you go to the 9 Downing Street, now where the Prime Minister's office and residence is, You don't see anybody carrying any gun. But go there now. That is why in Nigeria, we try to mimic, we try to copy. We say we have the anti-riot squad. That is the MOPOL, mobile police. Those are the people who are supposed to be carrying guns, and you don't even need to see them until you have issues like riots, like crisis. Then you call them in. But everything has become amorphous. We don't even know the difference between police and the army. The army is all over the place, the soldiers. MOPOL is all over the place. Okay, there's a policy by this government that they will withdraw police from following people. How far have you been implemented? Did anything change? You see, the more these things are, proclamations, the worse it gets. Tell me now, they have done the policy that withdrawn police from VIPs and so on. What has happened? You can see now they kidnap traditional rulers. At your state, at Ondo State, if you go to Southwest, they will tell you how many of us that are in custody. And so many who have abdicated their throne and run away from their palace. Because they are pigs, they are chickens. So, of what purpose is that policy? It is supposed to mop up police so that they will now go to strategic positions. But where have they gone now? Where are they, the people that are withdrawn from the VIPs? See, I tell you, there's a story I told you about somebody who commits suicide. Suicide is killing yourself or euthanasia, enabling somebody to die. So that is what is going on. If government wake up tomorrow and put their foot down and say that this insecurity have to go, it will go. Because government ab initio is the sole authority and sole person that should have monopoly of violence. So that any other person carrying gun is a criminal. Now look at people carrying, most of the states have now done anti-grazing, anti-open grazing law. You still see, these cattle and everything walking up on the streets. Am I going to do that? Is that a case of making the law? So when you quote laws that have been made or efforts, they are so-called efforts. I don't see the effort. You want to see results.
Okay, Doc, thank you so much.
If you check the statistics, you see that criminality have increased since all these policies. So they are not addressing the issues.
You rightly talked about the 417 grazing reserve project across the country across the federal government. And you said it's not workable. Doc,
I'm not saying that. Don't put words in my mouth. I said that the policy is mentioned, but we are not seeing results. Are you not seeing? Are you not seeing?
When we are not seeing results, is it workable?
That is workable.
When we are not seeing results, okay,
no,
Doc.
Workable is different from.
Okay, now let me put it this way.
I didn't say it's not workable.
You know, agricultural sector is where we feed from. That's the sector that feeds all of us, and food is very necessary to man. And I want to see the measure of safety in our agriculture enhancing food productivity in Nigeria.
Food safety is a very big problem, to our nation. And it's one of the cardinal things that is even fueling insecurity. We are lucky in the last few months and few years, the prices of food and, foodstuff are relatively under check because many of these grains come in, we have open border. And that simply shows you that for those who have the big eyes, we are insecure because a secured nation should be able to at least provide, food for the citizens. So food security is a very big problem, and it's currently being threatened. We still run a peasant farming mechanism, whereby people, cultivate using the old traditional method, which does not yield a lot of productivity, and the remaining is open to private sector who are taking most of the gains from the farmers. So, we are not protected food-wise. And to make matters worse, the big men that have these cattle been roaming around the federation, who many of them are in government or have people that are in government, are not actually working on ending open grazing. It's one policy that is dealing with us because we had felt by now we should have stopped open grazing. But you see that even with the creation of livestock ministry, we are still having the same crisis. So farmers across the federation are not protected, in terms of bandits. You see Sokoto, most of the time you see communities paying to go to farm and paying to harvest and even paying to go to sell. At the point we had the problem of ginger and so on because farmers could no longer go to farm. And remember, it is a chain reaction. When a farmer cannot feed his from rivers that are surrounding to recharge, they recharge. And these are incentives that drive them, criminals, deprive people of money and then drive them into criminality. So, I mean, anybody telling you that we're going to have food security is wasting his time, because I don't see. Unfortunately, it's like we are pessimists, but we're not. It's over the years you look at the so-called policy, all gears that, the more they make the policy, the less you see the effectiveness of the policy. We're not saying that these policies are not workable. I mean, they are not rocket sciences. But the issue is, are the people that are making these policies, are they ready to implement the policy? I'll give you another example. Our Minister of Health told us that only 36 million naira was released to him over a year's budget on capital expenditure. And you begin to wonder, I mean, a country of Nigeria, 36 million naira was released. And when you go deeper to look at budget performance over the years,
it's worrisome. It's worrisome.
So those things are things that would have reduced the poverty level in the society, and which is the panacea to reducing criminality. But no, now somebody says, you talked about drone, and I laughed. We don't have what it takes to manage drone. Let me be frank to you. If you know how much it takes to keep a drone on air, if you know what communication skill you need to keep a drone, if you know the dependency, you have to depend on other countries that produce these weapons and drones, that produce guns, that want to sell their guns and drones. You know that will never stop. Why don't you go to things that are simple, things you can handle?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Collier. Quickly talk to us about the Forest Guard Initiative, which I think should have been in charge of our forest and farmland, so that some of the problems of headers and all of that will not be in place.
Well, thank you. I do not even know whether what we are saying are addressing the questions you are raising. We talked about agriculture, and I talked about forest guards. If you have forests, then forest guards will make sense. If you do not have forests, then what are you guarding? In southwest of Nigeria, where we need, in the First Republic, we have lumbering, we have a forestry. That's where these people are now. If you go to the forest, it's not for grazing, because forest is not for grazing. Animals that graze,
grasses.
Yes, but these are trees, and these are forests that if you enter, it will take you 5 hours before you see the sunshine. This is where they are, because they have lumbering, these rubber plantations, cashew plantations, cocoa plantations, ordinary forests for, wood production. These are the places, because the Southwest, we are dependent on the woods. Remember, even the middle, what we call the Midwest, these are agricultural policies. Now, our law about land and about farming gave the authority of land ownership to the states. So what is federal government talking about agriculture? Do they have land? These are things that are supposed to be sent to the states and local governments to do. Ministry of Agriculture is not supposed to be within the domain of federal government, because we don't have land. We have Ministry of Water Resources. So what are they doing? What are the contexts of water resources? In water resources, the ministry, what is the minister? Now they also came with the blue economy and marine economy. Then if the people at the savannah area, that's the core north, do they have water? What is blue economy to them? What is marine economy to them? Then those are the coastal areas and the coastal projects. Okay, on a conclusive note. So you see, you see, from agriculture to what we are talking about, government that want to make impact on the people, which is the purpose of government. When they come, you will know. All these things is not a case of going to make policies and talk about it. All right, you deal with the core issues. You nip it in the board. Prevention, like my brother said,
so much. We have got to
is better than cure.
All right, thank you so much. Our managing consultant, the former director, National Orientation Agency, Enugu State. Also a member of the National Institute, Dr. Augustine Okori. Thank you so much for coming.
It's my pleasure.
And thank you so much, Secretary General, Guild of Public Affairs Analyst of Nigeria, Enugu State, Dr. Chikese Obasi. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you also for being there. We have got to a point where we shall continue, but the next time will come. Thank you so much for being there. I am Chukwuemeka Obasi, saying bye-bye.
world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert, stay informed, stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector, but experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payment, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Very, very interesting in that. But I thank the panelists, it was wonderful and everything. And I made a request from my dear brother, and I said to him, if I come here and give a speech, which is easier to do, most times you're speaking about what people don't want to hear. Why don't we do a bit of question and answer? Yes, people like me avoid it because you don't want to be asked what you don't know or what you don't want to answer. Because that's what they also told me. Said, suppose they don't want people to embarrass them. I said, no. You learned also. In my job, there's number one thing you must do. You must be a listener and a learner, or you fail. If you must lead, the first thing you must do is to be a listener and a learner. Once you stop learning, you shouldn't lead. Because people must teach you every day what to do. And if you don't, you fail. So I also want to learn. For example, I listened to her talk about, I never knew there was something like this. I'm going to link you up with a professor in America. In University of Southern California, I spent days with them where the entire faculty are people who have sat in jail, all the professors. And then what they do is to giving people just what you're doing. And you'll be shocked what they've been able to do. I saw the dean of faculty said, I did 28 years. I saw the registrar, everybody, they've done years. And it was amazing. And they are professors. And they are, what are they doing? So when you see such a thing, when you hear what you're doing, which here, everybody thinks that if you go to jail, most of them are even people who are not supposed to be there in the first place. Even the people who should be there is just politicians for what we've done for the country. Because yes, because what they do is that yes, that's what they do. I've been to jail. I work in jail. That's why I know. You go there, you see people who have stolen phone, who have even bought stolen phone. They've been there for 2 years. You've seen people who have fought. Maybe they insulted one big man. Is that what we should be doing? When we have the people who are stealing our nation dry, walking around, they should be in jail. All of us. Because the country needs to work. You know, so that's why I'm interested in what you're doing, so that I can see how we can work further to help those who are in jail. They shouldn't be there. So where do we start? Let me first thank the organizers and everything. It's good that I thank them for trying to bring people, talk about entrepreneurship like my sister was talking. Politics don't make a society. Because if I become governor today, I'm the richest person, everybody wants to see me. I don't go to see anybody. Everybody wants to see me. Everybody wants to see the president. The first time Clinton shut down the office of the president in America was when Bill Gates came to visit him those days. Because he was the richest man. So everybody values entrepreneurship, productivity. Today, our young people leave school, they don't know where to go to. Nobody cares about them. Nobody gives them opportunity. We have one of the smartest people on the surface of the earth. When people tell me about young boys who are doing Yahoo, and I laugh. I said, that's what used to happen in India. Until they turned them into doing the right thing. Today they are ruling the world in technology. It's the same thing. The same energy is what you need to turn around. But we need to give them opportunity. When they don't have opportunity, they don't know where to do. When people talk about criminality, I say the same thing to them. You have millions of people who don't know where the next meal will come from. And nobody cares. Yet you have a society where people like me are stealing what they don't need. They're building houses they don't need. So you ask yourself, greed must have limit or you're sick. And I believe all of us are sick. Because we're not normal. So that is where we need. So when we talk about entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship changes the society. That's what drives the process. But because of corruption, it cannot work. Corruption kills entrepreneurship. It kills professionalism. It kills hard work. Because people are making money easily. And that must change. Yes, those of you who are doing well, like my brother, the market is thriving, but the market can do better. A country of over 200 million people is not producing or doing what countries that are less are doing. Countries that are less are doing far better than we are doing because there's no productivity in Nigeria. You're selling a product today, maybe in Abuja you'll be able to sell it. Maybe in Lagos. Beyond that, that's it. And that is not a market. You should have more facilities all over Nigeria. People should sell more because of the huge market. But it's not happening because of where we find ourselves. But we'll do it when we conclude. Right now it's question and answer. Not politics, so. Question about the market. Question about the entrepreneurship. You can ask anything. Feel free.
All right. Thank you, sir. Let's put our hands together for His Excellency. Yeah. All right. So we know the house rule. If you have questions, please go ahead and then ask the ushers to give you a piece of paper, and then you can write in your questions and bring to us, and then we'll read out those questions. Like he said, this is thriving in the marketplace. What did they call it? Market. Say market. Say market. Not politics. Say market. And he has told you now that is market. he started his first business as an undergraduate and had tenants. So let's find out how he started it so that we too can learn. So what are the principles that has driven him to be a global entrepreneur? So let's ask practical questions, and we will benefit so much from his bag of wisdom, right? So quickly, let's do that. Your Excellency, we'll start asking you a question in a minute, but just keep enjoying yourself and just inspiring us. Thank you.
Okay, while you're collecting, I'll be answering the one he asked. I'm a trader, and I believe in trading. Because I was born in a trading family, my father and mother were traders. And I choose to tell people this story every now and then. If you live in a town called Onitsha, I think it's actually where Pastor Sakwe is from. If you go to Onitsha today, you go to a place called 75 New Market Road. 75 New Market Road, what is there now is Mr. Biggs. But I used to tell people, that was my father's shop. He built it in 1953, 55. And if you look at it, if you go to that New Market Road, you see this is New Market Road, this is Old Market Road. They are the junction where two of them met. There's an upstairs that I would say, will hardly take one person now. It's an upstairs still there. It will hardly take. I wonder how people even enter that upstairs. That was my father's office. So we said, let's leave this. So when people come, I said, listen, that's my father's office. This is his store. So it was a trader, and my mother was a trader. So from my early days, I learned to trade. I didn't know much of my father because my father died during the Civil War, and my mother and everything. And I was brought up, one thing is very clear. We men might not teach you a lot, but if you're close to your mom, you will learn a lot. Because you will drum it into your ear that this is the only thing you can do if you have to survive. So I see her go to trade every day. I follow her to her store and everything. And I started trading even before I got involved in my university days and all that and everything in secondary school. And by the time I entered the university, I saw an opportunity. The university didn't have supermarket inside. And my mother used to do supermarket business. We didn't have this, we didn't have that in Soka then. So it was an opportunity for me to start business within the university. It was easy then, I must tell you. Because people say to me, oh, you did it then. It was very easy to start anything then. Because Nigeria was just a lovely country to live in. I tell people, in my first year, I bought my first car, Volkswagen, from J. Ali in Enugu. I don't forget it, 2,700 naira. And it was a brand new car. 2,700 naira. That was what I paid. And I drove that car to university. Everybody knew. By my second, third year, I bought a 505 from Umano Motors, 7,350 naira. So Nigeria was working there. Everything was very easy and all that. But look at where we are today. It was very easy for me to go to travel as a student to the UK over the weekend because we have what we call student fare. London trip then was 200 naira, but student fare was 100 naira because it was 50% discount. So I just paid 100 naira. I found myself going to London today. So that's how you know how bad things are. Dollar was Then, of course, if I give them, as a student, we had ACB Bank in the distance. If I give them 300 naira for foreign exchange, they give me $500. That was when I was getting them. 300 naira, don't forget it. That's even a receipt of them. They give me 500. And nobody was buying BTA. The ACB will be calling me, oh God, we get BTA, can't you buy? And everything. I was the only student who will buy there and everything. To go to New York, because Nigerian Airways, we had Nigerian Airways then. Lagos, Kanu, London, same thing every day. Lagos, New York. Walked into the bank. They gave me loan based on my intellectual capital. What does that mean? When the manager looked at it and said, oh, you were in Cambridge. Oh, you were in Oxford. You were in this. Oh, what do you want? If you graduate today in the UK, for many of the universities, you walk into the bank, they give you credit card immediately and give you a loan. Nobody will give you anything here. You must bring your mother, bring your father's land, bring anything. So that is the crisis we face. It is the system. They didn't know who I am in the UK. They don't know who I am. It's just me and this. And they started giving me money. I started paying. By the time I left the UK, my bank was giving me overdraft of nearly $5 million without knowing where I came from. Except this is the relationship. Every year, because I have a turnover of over $5 million or £5 million then, I get a letter from the Prime Minister and the Queen. A letter thanking me for being a small business and employing people. In all my life here, no local government chairman wrote me a letter. That is your country. But everything I can show you to you in the UK, all the letters from the Queen and the Prime Minister thanking me for contributing to the economy as a small business. My council chairman will come and visit me. And thank me for what I'm doing. When there's problem, my colleague, 30%. It's impossible. This is the crisis we face. Let me leave the Western world so you will understand the difference. If you Google Indonesia today, 90% of the employment comes from small businesses. And check it, Indonesia. 90% of employment comes from small businesses. The reason is very simple. Small businesses are encouraged. While the official rate in Indonesia is 15%, small businesses get free training, free support, and have an interest of not more than 5%. That's a system that wants to support its people. Here, the bank won't even listen to you, talk less of giving you any special. If there's a special rate for small businesses, they will give it to politicians who will not pay back. All those things you hear about the rights, anchor borrowers, anchor this, anchor that, it's all criminality. They've stolen the money. It didn't work. Because it wasn't given to anybody. It was given to us. And we pocketed the money. And that is the crisis you must dismantle for the nation to work. So when I have times I say you have to dismantle this criminality, it is the reality you're seeing every day. That's 1 million square meters. If you divide it by their population of 170, they don't have up to 1 meter, 1 square meter per person. But Nigeria, at 923,000 square kilometers, have almost 4 square meters per person, yet a country with less than 1 meter per person produces 10 times the rice we can produce. Is because, in fact, to tell you how small Bangladesh is, and like some of the speakers have said, know that when you have done everything, you also have to put it to God. But the consistency, you must first believe in yourself. You are the initiator. You are the listener. Believe in the product. Believe that you're the chief marketer. Remain consistent. People are going to tell you that if you do this, you'll succeed. If you do this, you'll succeed. Stop selling sugared water and come and be part of changing the world. After I've done it for a long time, of a period of nearly 1 year, one day, the president of Pepsi, John Scully, resigned from Pepsi and said he's going to join these young boys in a garage in California who wants to change the world at no salary, but only